Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Не происходит того, да?
EU4 connecting companies. EU4 Business, Connecting Companies, EU4BCC is a project managed by Eurochambres and funded under the EU4 Business Initiative of the European Union. The project is being developed in the framework of the Eastern Partnership, EaP, to deepen and strengthen relations between the European Union, EU, its member states, and its eastern neighbors, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. It aims to support sustainable economic development and job creation by helping SMEs to grow, especially by promoting increased trade, encouraging inward investment, and fostering business links with companies in the EU. The leader of the Wine Consortium is the Chamber of Commerce of Pordenone, Udine. The Wine Consortium partners are the Chamber Commerce, Industry, Services, and Navigation of Spain, and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Moldova. In the framework of Wine Consortium, 11 projects have been realized, 8 projects on study visits, and 3 projects on B2B. EaP countries involved in projects implementation: Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. The EU countries involved in projects implementation: Bulgaria, Croatia, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Spain. The objectives of all implemented projects: to strengthen the capacity of wine producers and representatives of wine-related industries and their BSOs to establish cross-border trade links and modernize the wine industry sector in the targeted countries through providing learning opportunities, knowledge and experience exchange and development, and usage of innovative digital tools. EU4BCC's target groups and final beneficiaries are business support organizations with a strong focus on the relevant sector and having the capacity to be a multiplier force. SMEs with internationalization potential. The EU4 business projected in 2022 impressive results in terms of mobilized, trained, and institutionally strengthened to provide better services. Within the 8 projects that organized study visits, 82 SMEs and 44 BSOs were involved in the project activities. At the same time, the project reached in the action 141 BSOs and 254. B2B projects resulted in the involvement of 55 SMEs. The EU4 Business Project promotes increased trade, encourages foreign investment, and strengthens business ties with EU companies. Among the many activities carried out during the project, the study visits stand out. The whole visit was attended by 82 small and medium enterprises, SMEs, and 44 business support organization, BSOs. 13
Onorată asistență, în numele Camerei de Comerț și Industrie a Republicii Moldova, vă salut la un eveniment dedicat sectorului vitivinicol. Un eveniment cu genericul Cooperare între Uniunea Europeană și Parteneriatul Estic în sectorul vitivinicol, activitatea sectorului și oportunitățile de piață. Acest eveniment este organizat de către Camera de Comerț și Industrie Republicii Moldova împreună cu partenerii noștri de la Eurochambres în cadrul unui proiect finanțat de către Uniunea Europeană. În agenda care ați primit-o dumneavoastră avem câteva paneluri de discuție
on the areas belonging to this sector, and I thank you very much to all of you who decided to come here, those over 70 business people here in the room, but also those more than 100 who are following us and watching us online, in country or out of it. Dear participants, I would like to welcome the participation of this event, of our colleagues, of our partners, and to invite to the stage Mr. Vladimir Bolek, Minister of Agriculture and Food Industry. Mr. Minister, please come here. And also, I would like to invite here Mr. Virel Garaz, State Secretary within the Ministry of Economy. Welcome. And also, I invite here Mr. Adam Gruzinski, who represents the EU delegation in the Republic of Moldova. Good morning. Dear invitees, dear participants, today's event held by the Chamber of Commerce and Industry is carried out under the exhibition, the great exhibition of the products produced in Moldova. Within this exhibition, and separated a particular area with a separate place is the winemaking place, one of the most important sector within the national economy. This sector constitutes about 6% of our total exports and 2% of Moldova's GDP. We have about 27 employees from the rural side of our country. So by total, we have about 150 employees, 1,000 employees. So this sector is very well known also outside of the country, to the countries where we exporting our products. This export or this sector, to a great extent, is the image of the Republic of Moldova. At any exhibition, any fair, any international event, there is no event where wouldn't be our presentation, or for example, when our bottles would not be made as presents to others. Given the importance of this sector, the Chamber of Industry, Commerce of Moldova, together with the Eurochamber, where we are members, and with the support of European Union, within its Eastern Partnership, where we have also our friends from Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, we launched this project to support this sector and to integrate, to embed it into the European market, but also with the activities and partnership with the European companies in order to be more competitive. Dear participants, here with us, we have also companies and business people from different countries. As I said, more than 150 are watching us online. We have here also connected public organizations, state organizations, business organizations, companies themselves from different countries. I'd like to mention several of them: Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Ukraine. So the European countries like Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Lithuania, Latvia, Luxembourg, Poland, Portugal, Romania, and Spain. And also, we have here the entrepreneurs from other countries, from US and Switzerland. Once again, I would like to emphasize the support provided to us for this event from the colleagues from the European Union, but also from the companies, winemaking companies in Moldova, who have been very open, willing to cooperate and to internationalize this sector. And now, dear friends, I'd like to give the floor for welcome remarks to Mr. Vladimir Bola, Minister of Agriculture and Food Industry. Mr. Minister, please, you have the floor. So it works. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Hari, for this nice event organized here and for care so much about the winemaking industry in Moldova. And I would like to congratulate all those working in this industry in Moldova with the outcomes of the last year. It was with droughts, nevertheless with quality of grapes, and this is going to have a positive impact on your business. You know that one means grapes mean soil, water, and the sun. And this is something that is very good. The others may suffer due to the climate change and drought. Nevertheless, the winemakers are the only one probably who get advantage of this temperatures, high temperatures. Of course, this winemaking industry is one of the most important in the Republic of Moldova and one of the most advanced in the process of development, from the starting point up to the processing and selling the products. Talking about a branch which is mature today with the potential to grow, of course, and may see that they have a higher amount of sales and the percentage in our GDP. Initially, we used to speak about massive cheap export. Now, this is being less and less present. We are bottling, we are exporting more in bottles, and this means that the quality is higher. And that is why, that is how your branch managed to increase our image abroad. And today we did succeed since 2014 due to the work made by your office and by our producers. We managed to change the price from 0.38 cents per liter up to several dollars. It's a phenomenal progress. We may sell now our products in France, Italy, Spain, which are very famous for their own products. And we may be very proud staying at the same table with them, and we may compete with them, of course, on the positive side. The wines have very interesting names, and then Divine is also very attractive products, I think, as a result of agricultural activities. We have 3% of the GDP and 8% of the exports belonging to the wine of the Republic of Moldova. Of course, the period is very harsh. The gas price made the bottle more expensive, the glass more expensive, and that is something major event for those dealing with the packaging and bottling. But unfortunately, this is witnessed not only in Moldova but also in other countries, and I think the same is happening in other countries. I mean, this kind of increase of prices, I think, will not reduce your potential export, because each increase in the price finally means less sales, and the fact that this is going to be massive, of course, it will be not something easy for you, but we are getting in touch closely with our grape producers, helping out, and I think that the processors and producers of the wines in 2023 and 2024 will have an additional further step of developing their business based on the small grapes producers. We'll have to change the way how we procure the grapes from the individual persons. Every year we have to improve something legally. provision. And unfortunately, the false material is still there, still on the market. We will not continue doing this anymore. And together with our office, we'll develop a wide project for registration of grapes producers, especially the technical wine grapes producers. This is going to be a very streamlined process, and that is how we would like to increase the quality of our product and also the quantity of wines produced. It also always was a product when the quantity of grapes was different from the quantity of the wines based on those grapes. We used to have, for example, X quantity of Capiravio or Cabernet variety of grapes, and at the same time a mix of this wine would be several times more from these potential present grapes. It's something strange. So counterfeiting products is a big problem for those who are making millions of investments into this business. Processing grapes factories are huge investments, and we have to support those investors somehow by fighting those counterfeiting processing. I'll draw a parallel. So, for example, state was not involved in due time in another product which is very good, well known on the national market. I'm talking about honey bees, bee honey. So not all the persons have been registered. Some of the persons they used to pay like 6%, and the state was content with those 6%, but without being a legal personality, being registered according to all the requirements, without having a register, a law for all these legal personalities, we reach a level when we decrease by 4% the export of honey bee in the Republic of Moldova, of honey in the from the Republic of Moldova. That is how we have different kind of negative economic consequences, and we would like to prevent this from happening in the wine making industry. We would like to come up with our contribution from the state, and that is to guarantee that the faking processing will not be present. So, I hope that at the factory you will have somebody with the laptops at your factories helping you with registration, because it's very important to be registered. Otherwise, you cannot be accepted in producing any kind of spirit, any kind of alcohol. It's a rule, quite tough, but very easy to meet by all the business entrepreneurs. So these would be the measures that for short run that would like to undertake. Of course, we'll increase subsidies for new plantations, since we don't have this cooperative relationship between the grapes grower and the winemaker. So they don't have contract-based relationship. Every grape grower is waiting for the fall and then is trying to find someone to sell to. And this is an activity which is not predictable for the winemaker. And finally, it would have another consequence, which is also massively developed, that when every winemaker is planting his own plantations. In this case, the individuals, physical persons, would not have a place to in this kind of plantation-related activity. They are not registered. But again, it's necessary to have very quality raw materials. That's why the investments are being done also in this kind of either relationship or plantations. Otherwise, we may witness a disappearance of very small grapes growers, yes, and that's why we are talking already with the grapes processor to start contracting those small grapes grower and to preserve them or to keep them in this kind of in this sector. Our farmers will start soon cleaning, as they call it, the vineyards, and they should know how many of them might be sold by them during the fall Otherwise, we may witness the same situation of the last year when the grapes grower, the farmers were desperate in finding where the product is to be sold in Comrat or in other places of the country. So the contracts contracts may help them to avoid this kind of situation and to have situation predictable. I see that this sector is mature, is ready to be better organized in the so-called cooperative and to have a closer relationship between the grapes grower, processor and winemaker. To conclude, I'd like to express my gratitude to all the partners and friends of the Republic of Moldova, EU, USA, the other partner countries. USA has been side by side with us after the avalanche of embargoes issued generated by the Russian Federation as a blackmail against our producers. So this made our producers to reorient themselves, to focus on the quality of winemaking production and not on quantity. Just we are producing, I think, please help me, but I think we have less than 50% the volume, but we increase by 60% the quality. So now the wine is in different class, and that is very good for us, as a country, as a state. And we may then we know that our wine is very qualitative now, and this is also acknowledged internationally. Of course, we have to grow further on, speaking about the plan of our ministry. After following the example of the office, we are working with the SID on creating another office for grapes growing. Well, viticulture we will continue to develop the concept of Moldova Vin, and it is very important to promote this concept of Moldova Vin. For example, today you have a certain name like Negreasca Ltd. Tomorrow you are not there, for example, or you don't have that name anymore, you change the name of the company. So any kind of company under this umbrella of Moldova Vin automatically would have very high rates as a producers. So that is the value of that name. Also, the same should go with the fruits from Moldova, which should be promoted internationally, because we have the good taste of the fruits and vegetables. The export of the grapes is already quite good on the market of the Republic of Moldova. I mean, the export of our grapes, and I think the same should be followed by the other kind of fruits, because the taste is specific, and the Europe probably rediscovered, for example, the plums, which are very similar to the taste from their childhood. A plum, for example, even if you say +2 temperature, would not say for more than 40 days, and it's in case of -2 degrees, this would be preserved for approximately 2 months. That is a plum from the Republic of Moldova. It should cost some money, because we would like to preserve and promote these extraordinary tasting characteristics. So that would be for the beginning, but I'm ready to jump in later on. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. The experts that you mentioned are for the perspective. These are some indicators to which we should reach, but we should be more perseverant, as we Moldovans may be. You mentioned something about history, about companies. I remember when I started the history of the Chamber of Industry and Commerce of the Republic of Moldova, which was created some years ago. Most of the members were coming from the winemaking industry. Right now, 25 members of the Chamber are also from this winemaking industry. It's on of us for having them with us. Moreover, we have the members of the board who also belong to this sector, who actually have been advanced recently in high positions. It's about Mr. Viorel Garas, for example, who used to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and now he is State Secretary of Ministry of Economy. It's my honor, pleasure to give to him the floor, Mr. Garas. Take this one. Good morning, and thank you again for invitation. It's my honor to be in front of you, in front of this public. To a great extent, you are former or current my colleagues and friends. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, indeed, I'm coming from this winemaking industry. Recently, actually, held a discussion with the new colleagues from the Ministry of Economy, and when I said that I'm coming from a sector very extremely advanced, which has not only the stamina, but also is very resilient in overcoming different kind of and facing all the challenges during the last years. So I come with the lessons learned from this sector, where I will try to transpose somehow to other areas of our economy, because winemaking industry is still very important, I think, for our economy. And one of these lessons is developing the local market and diversifying the export products. There are some activities or areas on which I focus for more than 10 years, together with Mr. Hari, and I'd like to express my gratitude to our development partners from the European Union in this regard, especially to our partners from Romania. And here I'd like to mention that Romania, I think, was the first country who helped us out when, as Mr. Gola said, when Russian Federation decided to impose an embargo on wines from Moldova. So with the support of European partner, with the support of our development partners, USAID, with other USAID partners, we managed to diversify the export markets, as Mr. Harris said. So the wine from Moldova are being exported from Moldova over 70 countries, more than 70 countries. Wines from Moldova receive most of the medals in the world, and this is according to statistics, competitions, and national ones. When we see how many wines are being produced in Moldova and how many of them are medals, we are on the top rate. And this success, as Mr. Minister just said, should be somehow transposed for the other countries, for the other sectors of Moldova. As why not in other industries too, like IT, for example? We have the capacity, we have some stamina, we have the character, and we may follow and reach those ambitions. They are not achievable in some time. We just need a little bit of organization, a little bit support from the partners. I'm sure that then we will achieve to do everything. So once again, I would like to mention the support that Chamber of Commerce was provided with when it was about penetrating, getting into entering new markets. The support of the National Office for Wine and Grapes, which was mostly, I think, involved in this process, and they are still working assiduously within this crisis, following the war and so on, and many other barriers. At the same time, we appreciate the support of the Minister of Agriculture, who always was, I think, the closest one to the winemaking industry, who always used to have an understanding and openness. They were open towards the business people and the grapes growers, farmers. They were trying also to strengthen this cooperation. We just have to undertake or to make our best in developing further the Republic of Moldova's economy and to create a successful model, not only in these industries, but also to transfer, to replicate them in other industries of our national economy. Thank you very much and good luck to you.
Thank you, State Secretary. Indeed, we want to say that the European Union market was a saving for our sector.
Yes, indeed, you are right. Is that correct? I remember the Romanian Festival of Wine, which was organized by our partners from Romania, from Chamber of Commerce, and here we also have a representative from Brahova, Maramuresh. I was also welcoming them here. They were first helping us in organizing such events at the beginning of 2010 and 15. The concept, by knowing better and promoting our products, by managing to promote them, we became better on the market of the European Union. And I'd like to welcome Madam Mr. Rozesk, the support of which of whom we always are feeling in promoting the wine products in the context of the DCFTA and those additional facilities and additional conditions helping us to entering into the market. Mr. Rozesk, please come up with a message for those present here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Better off behind this pulpit, so please bear with me for a few minutes. Minister Bolera, State Secretary Garas, President of the Commerce and Industry Chamber, Mr. Herrera. By the way, thank you for the nice words about the European Union. Dear experts, entrepreneurs, sector supporters, let me say, simply sector stakeholders gathered here and those attending the event remotely. It's my real pleasure to be here with you today at this conference discussing wine sector attractiveness and market opportunities, especially that is my first so close encounter with the wine sector family. I'd like to begin with thanking Eurochambres and the whole wine industry for organizing this important event. And I also wanted to thank the Moldovan Chamber of Commerce and Industry for hosting us alongside another important event as the annual Made in Moldova National Exhibition is. Let me also note and add that we very much welcome the good collaboration with Eurochambres in the Eastern Partnership countries within the EU4BCC Connecting Companies project. The project which brought us here today and which builds actually on positive results and momentum achieved through two stages of the previous predecessor project, so to speak, investment program managed already by Eurochambres between 2010 and 2017. So one may observe that it's already quite an achievement record under the belt of Eurochambres, and indeed they are, as representative of the business community, they are an important partner for the EU when it comes to working with the private sector. Its impressive network of members, direct access to a wide range of business intermediaries and contacts with businesses gives it a unique role and gives it a unique character in supporting business relations between the EU-based entities and those operating in our partner countries. It is thus an ideal partner for the European Union to extend that mutually rewarding relationship towards Eastern Partnership region. And indeed, I think we can already say that the project has created a strong basis for business support organizations and SMEs from the European Union area to connect with respective networks in our partner countries. And through various activities like B2B facilitation, study visits and twinning, I'm sure we will hear more about the activities the project is supporting. The project has successfully managed to build bridges between business communities of the European Union and the Eastern Partnership region. And I'm glad to know that in this year, in 2023, we will see a good number of similar activities that will be deployed, including the mobility scheme and SME Export Academy, which we believe will further reinforce these already solid economic ties. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now offer a few words on the broader perspective that this project is operating in. As you may know, it actually contributes directly to one of the top priorities of the EU External Investment Plan, which is a huge economic investment program of supporting SMEs in the Eastern Partnership region. And this top priority comes also with an ambitious target of 500,000 SMEs getting practical and tailored to need support. But for this to happen, the main EU support avenue for SMEs in the region is the EU4BCC umbrella initiative. And the project like EU4BCC connecting companies is essential in this regard. Indeed, its sectorial focus and strategic approach is much welcome, as it can adapt to the specific needs and opportunities of each partner country and region, and also bringing in the best hands-on expertise and facilitating networking among peers. And this well-established connection between business support organizations and SMEs of the Eastern Partnership region and the European Union counterparts does facilitate reinforcement of value chains in each sector supported by the program, while business communities slowly recover from the post-pandemic shock. In addition, I think it's worth underlining that this project gives priority and already supports a good number of women-led organizations, but also entities run by young people, quite often based in rural areas. Therefore, I think we may say and should say that it offers crucial support as the pandemic disproportionately affected these groups in the first place. Moreover, I would like to note that the project helps in mitigating the dire consequences of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, which is being strongly felt in many countries and by many industries. And in this context, we would like this project not only to address the challenges of the present time, but also to build capacity of benefiting SMEs and support organizations, and to take a real opportunity to stimulate exports to the EU market. Of course, this opportunity comes with additional product quality and safety obligations, which may be perceived as an additional challenge or an extra mile to go. But it is exactly the role of initiatives like the EU4BCC to help in addressing these new challenges. And I think we're seeing these challenges being actually addressed on the ground. And I also believe that this outward dimension, forward-looking dimension of the project is actually very important because, as you know, 3 of Eastern Partnership countries have been granted a European perspective, and 2 of them are currently considered an EU candidate countries. So in this context, for businesses in these markets, is even more crucial and important than ever before to continue developing links both with companies within the EU area and within the region. Therefore, I think the project is very timely, and both the project and even more specifically this sectorial conference is an excellent occasion to share on achievements and lessons learned, but also on challenges and opportunities for the wine sector. In terms of challenges, I think we can safely say that certainly climate change represents one of the major threats for the wine industry because abnormal weather conditions affect both quality and quantity of wine production. So in this vein, I do hope that important lessons on how to develop a more resilient and sustainable wine industry will also be provided during today's discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by simply these opening remarks by wishing all conference participants interesting and rewarding discussions and exchanges, as well as fruitful networking time so as to forge further business alliances and to inspire your future efforts for the benefit of the whole wine industry and sector. So good luck for that, and thank you very much for your attention. Mulțumim.
Vă mulțumim. Vă mulțumim, domnul Grozețchi. Într-adevăr, ceea ce ați menționat dumneavoastră, suntem la o etapă nouă acum. atunci când Republica Moldova a devenit țară candidat pentru aderare la Uniunea Europeană, se deschid și noi oportunități și perspective pentru toată economia Republicii Moldova și în special pentru sectorul vitivinicol. Aici, onorată asistență, aș vrea să finalizăm cu cuvintele de salut, să mulțumesc celor care au fost alături de mine aici și în câteva clipe să invit în scenă cei care au prezentări la panelul de lucru. Vă mulțumesc și sper să avem o cooperare bună și pe viitor. Da, vă mulțumesc. Onorată asistență, dialogul public-privat este un instrument foarte important pentru promovarea și susținerea mediului de afaceri. Toate cele mesaje pe care le-au transmis colegii noștri din instituțiile publice, domnul ministru, domnul secretar de stat, colegii noștri de delegația Uniunii Europene, sunt niște mesaje care ne încurajează pe noi să avem acest dialog public-privat. Dialogul este atunci bun când venim cu temele făcute de acasă, când venim cu anumite propuneri exacte și concrete pe un anumit sector sau domeniu. Sectorul vitivinicol la fel are nevoie de analize pentru că
analysis, because the competition is the catalyst for this sector. It's also we need also cooperation. This project that we're talking about today is a cooperation project, a project that has the target to increase the competitiveness of the sector. Today we have experts from the field that are coming with some presentations. They are from different countries for this subject. I want to announce that we are talking about Mr. Miguel Garcia Navarro, Deputy Head of Unit of the General Directorate for Agriculture and Rural Development from European Commission, from Agri-2, who will talk about the latest evolutions on the EU policies in winemaking industry. Also, I am asking to come Mr. Theo Harris, wine expert from the EU, who will come with information about transition of wines of the Eastern Partnership and their international positioning, and how can winemaking industry from the Eastern Partnership to fund its growing. Also, together here with me, we have Diana Lazar, PhD, Senior Director for the Wine Industries and Tourism Industries, who will come with a presentation about wine and tourism, the first success trip with a synergy in Moldova. A very important sector. We cannot divide tourism without wine in Moldova. Any Moldovan, of course, will invite you to his home and will show you what he has best. Also, I want to greet Ms. Atienza Perez from the official Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Services from Valladolid, and Mr. Carlos Prieto Sanchez, Department of International Trade, official Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Services from Zamora, Spain, who will come with a presentation about management of labeling standards of wines for international marketing strategy. Also with us will be Ms. Elena Tomescu, Executive Director of the Association of Small Wine Manufacturers from Moldova, who will talk about the role of the association development and of winemaking industry. And not the last, Ms. Elizaveta Breachna, Interim Director of the National Office for Wine and a sector which is very important in Moldova, who will talk about attractiveness of the sector in Moldova. Dear friends, please, the ones who I mentioned, please come with me on the stage. Please come up. Miss Elizaveta, please. So please come because there are other people are online. They are from European Commission. Honorable assistants, the first one that I want to invite with the presentation is Mr. Miguel Garcia Navarro. Mr. Navarro, you have the floor.
In all, their minister, their Secretary of State, President of the Chamber of Commerce. It's a pleasure for us to participate today in this event, part of the project of EU4BCC. And we would like just to introduce in a few minutes the latest developments in the European Commission wine policy, the wine market policy. So I will touch only the aspects which are related to the functioning of the market, and those aspects, of course, apply to imported wines into the EU market. So it's because I consider it could be relevant for you to have this overview. I have prepared some slides, but they are in the screen. Thanks for that. So first slide is just to remind you what are the main element. Next, please. The main elements of the EU regulatory framework in our department, in the Directorate General for Agriculture. We are dealing with two main issues in relation to the wine sector. One is the monitoring of the market developments, everything, production, trade, import, export. But I think that all the market experts will be developed along the day by other participants and intervenants. I would like to concentrate just on a brief presentation on what has been changed in the European market regulatory framework for wine. I will not touch sanitary or phytosanitary issues that are the competence of another Directorate General. So my first point is just a reminder of the main element of our policy. If somebody can change the slide, please. Yes, thank you. So I'm sure that most of you are already familiar with it, but just to remind few things, few elements. Our law on regulation of the wine market in the EU is our Common Market Organization regulation. It is included in this regulation. It is for all the sectors, but include the main rules for wine as well, is the regulation indicated in the title in the screen, 1308 of 2013. The references are not important, but which is important is to remind you, and you are probably already familiar with, is that these contain 4 main points or chapters. One is related to the product definition and the winemaking practices which are allowed, what we call enological practices. The other another aspect is related to the restriction of plantings. We have a policy that aims to stabilize our market, and then it is allowed only to member states to increase the area with new plantings of vineyards at a maximum rate of 1% per year. And we have also a policy of listing which varieties are allowed by each member state. We have also a set of rules which are related to the trade and the condition in which a wine can be traded, can be traveled, can be imported, and can be exported. And this is related to a set of accompanying documents and certification formalities that I suppose you are also familiar with in the framework of your trade operation with the European Union. And finally, we have also a set of rules in order to protect the geographical indications and some traditional terms. And we have also some labeling rules that all wines traded in or marketed in the European Union need to respect, whether they are produced in the EU or imported. Next slide, please. What I would like to present today is the few elements that has been changed in the last reform of the Common Agricultural Policy of the EU in relation to wine. The last reform contained 2 main pillars. One was the revision of the market rules, the revision of the Common Market Organization regulation, and this included some element for wine that I would like to present today. The second pillar of this reform, concluded in 2021, was related to our domestic policies to support the agricultural sector, and this is also there are also some measures to support our wine producers. I will not talk on that because it's less relevant for trade aspects. Next slide, please. The CMO, the 4 aspects that has been amended in our regulatory framework for the wine market. The first one is the authorization of the alcoholized wine. Until now, our regulatory framework did not include the possibility to remove the alcohol from the wine and then to call this product wine. It was just another product, not wine. As this market is developed, there are also consumer demand and societal concern about the health, about the lifestyle. Habits are changing. We have also adapted our policy in order that wines can be de-alcoholized and can be marketed as de-alcoholized wines. The elements that we have introduced in the legislation is that every wine that fulfill the final characteristic of its category can be de-alcoholized. And then we have introduced in the legislation 2 categories. Either a wine is fully de-alcoholized and then the alcohol content must be reduced below 0.5% by volume, or the alcohol content is maintained between 0.5% and the minimum alcohol content of each wine category, and then we call that partially de-alcoholized wines. And we have also authorized to produce wine, partially de-alcoholized wine protected by denomination of origins and geographical indication. After the alcoholization, the wines can be treated with the standard enological practices, which are already authorized for non-dealcoholized wine. So the same practices apply. Next slide, please. A second aspect that has been amended in this reform is in relation to the varieties. Until now, hybrid varieties were not allowed to produce quality wines, to produce wine protected by denomination of origin. We have removed this barrier with the aim to develop new varieties, to develop the genetic patrimony of the wine sector, to promote the development of varieties more resistant to pests, and also to allow adaptation to the climate change in the European wine regions. This is this was our aim, and the decision has been accepted, and then now quality wines can also use hybrid varieties of Vitis vinifera with other species. And it is important to underline that the quality wines are the bulk of our market. So this in our views will allow the development of these new resistant varieties and varieties adapted to climate change. Next slide. The other aspect that I would like to introduce you is labeling. We have changed the labeling rules in the European market for wines. Until now, the alcoholic beverage, all alcoholic beverage, are exempted of the indication of the list of ingredients and the indication of nutritional values that apply for any food in Europe. So this exemption has, or will be removed by the end of this year for wines. The rule that we have introduced oblige all operators to indicate or to inform the consumers on the nutritional declaration or nutritional values of the wine, and also on the list of ingredients that have been used to produce this wine. The single difference with any standard food product that has to label this information is that for wines we'll accept that the information is provided out of the label electronically by a link that can be indicated, or a QR code that can be indicated on the label. The information, nevertheless, that will be incorporated compulsorily on the label will be the energy value, the energy content. These new rules will apply as from the 8th of December 2023, and will apply at the same time for wines produced in the European Union, as well as wines that will be imported from their countries. So I underline that because it's a development that will certainly need to be taken into account in trade with our market. Now we are just finalizing some technical details of these new rules, and this technical detail will be published probably before summer, next summer. Next slide. For the four element and last that I would like to present you, and we have changed that, is in relation to the planting authorization scheme that we apply. As I mentioned before, we have this policy to limit the growth of the vineyard area in the EU to a maximum of 1% per year in each member state. This policy was intended to apply until 2030, but taking into account the market developments, the legislator, the Council and the Parliament, the European Union has decided to extend this deadline until 2045, so 15 years more, and then we will have some review clauses, so we will have to examine this in the meantime. But this policy has been extended, and this policy, and this is because I would like to underline, will apply to any future member of the European Union. And I know that in the room there are mostly operators coming from countries that are candidates to become member of the European Union. So in any case, if this policy is maintained with this deadline, it means that any new member state will need to apply the same policy when becoming member of the European Union in order to stabilize markets and have a growth which is coherent with the market possibilities or the market's opportunity. This was, in a nutshell, the elements that I would like to present you in a few minutes. It has been very quick, I know, but I'm open to any question that you would like to raise if you have something to clarify or you like to clarify. Thank you very much for your attention. And as I say, I am open for questions.
Vă mulțumesc, domnul Navarro. Într-adevăr, dumneavoastră ați punctat niște lucruri foarte importante. Odată devenind țară candidat, noi trebuie să ne facem o foaie de parcurs care trebuie să o implementăm aici în Republica Moldova și să corespundem tuturor directivelor care sunt în Uniunea Europeană pe toate domeniile, dar în speță pe domeniul vitivinicol. Eu vreau să întreb cei care sunt în sală dacă sunt întrebări la domnul Navarro vis-a-vis de acele 4 domenii de care dumnealui a vorbit. Care dorește, aici sunt microfon, poftiți sau la urmă vor fi, da? Domnul Navarro, ați avut o prezentare scurtă, dar succintă și foarte clară pentru cei care ne privesc și cei care sunt aici în sală. Vă transmitem un salut de la Chisinau și vă așteptăm în...
Greetings to you from Chisinau, and we are looking forward to see you here in the Republic of Moldova, to visit our companies, to appreciate the wines and divines from our countries, from our country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the next panelist who is here with us, Mr. Theodorakis, expert in the wines from EU, talking about transitioning of wines from the Eastern Partnership, how he sees this transition and what kind of new things he may propose to us in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Theo, you have the floor.
rightfully so, Minister Bolea spoke about viticulture. This is where it all starts. Trying to innovate in precision agriculture. That's one of the ways to go. Strengthening viticulture means that you would be able to support a vertically integrated model. Vertical integration in wine production today is maybe the most one of the most important things, because you need you'll be able to control the quality of the grape, and therefore you'll be able to control the quality of the wine. Eastern Partnership we're talking about small economies. We are talking about small businesses, which means that in order to be able to compete, most likely the wine sector has to aim high, meaning high quality and therefore high price. This is important. It is interesting, and it is also feasible. We should not be intimidated by the small size of the companies, because the SMEs in the Eastern Partnership have a challenge, but also an opportunity. They can work together. We have done it all around the world. We have seen it all around the world. There can be various models of the SMEs working together with the support from the states, so with institutional support. Mr. Secretary spoke about the domestic market. This is a cornerstone remark, because for sure you need to build domestic market in order to support any export activity. Everything starts in our home. So creating strong linkages between the SMEs, improving the SMEs in various aspects, this is what is going to drive the growth in the market. What we see today is that the investor ecosystem, we will need funds in order to build up the wine sector in the Eastern Partnership up to a competitive level. So there are great tools to do that. We see the international donors, USAID, World Bank. The European Union is there, is a great supporter, is a great partner. We have the Green Deal, we have the Farm to Fork strategy, we have the Code of Conduct. All these are enabling mechanisms for the Eastern Partnership, and the Eastern Partnership should take advantage of them. And then we also have the private markets. The private markets are significant. It is private capital, or also called venture capital, that has actually fueled development and growth in so many different economies in the world. However, in order to be able to take advantage of private capital, we need to build both our institutional side, so from the state level, but also we need to build up at a microeconomic level, meaning the companies themselves, the enterprises. When I say build, I refer to governance. We need to strengthen the governance model. We need to strengthen governance in the companies. We need to promote innovation. We need to support with R&D prospects. We need to promote skills. Building this up and at the same time building an institutional venture capital environment would assist the Eastern Partnership, or most of the Eastern Partnership countries, build up a healthy and very competitive wine sector. Mind you that the wine sector can be a significant contributor to the GDP of each one of the Eastern Partnership countries. So I would say that viticulture, corporate structures, investments, and innovation in wine go hand in hand. There are several differentiating factors in the EaP, in the Eastern Partnership countries. To name just one, which is extremely important, phylloxera. I'm sure that most of you have heard of phylloxera. it's a great differentiator. Let me close my small talk with a wish. Wine is bringing people together over a table. I hope that wine will also bring people together over borders in the Eastern Partnership and the EU. Thank you very much.
Vă mulțumesc pentru prezentarea dumneavoastră.
Thank you very much. I liked what you said, that we make the difference. It's very important, and I think Moldova make this difference. I think it's something that we make all like, or those working in the sectors. So dear participants, do you have any questions? I don't see questions. Thank you. So the next speaker, Diana Lazar, who is also doctor in philosophy, PhD in philosophy. We are working together with Diana for many years, and the theme that is selected for presentation is very close to the Chamber of Commerce. As we've mentioned above, we have more than 35 members of our chamber coming from the wine industry, out of those 200 approximately, but also Chamber of Industry and Commerce during 19 years organized the most interesting contest, I think. It's about the gold barrel, the best homemade wine. Starting from there, many companies decided to develop the tourism based on that contest results. And all the person who was side by side with us at the time was Madam Brachne, who knows the sector very well. Well, of course, this combination, tourism and viticulture, is the best one. I wouldn't like to steal from her minutes. I would like very much to come up with a presentation. Do you have the microphone? Yes, I have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Dear participants, I welcome the President of this room, Mr. Ministers, and State Secretaries are important to be together. I am so glad to see so many faces of those whom we worked during the last 17 years, and I please connect to my presentation.
Pentru că astăzi este, de fapt, am învățat și din succesele noastre, deci s-a vorbit foarte mult aici și ne bucură, ne umple inima de bucurie.
I'm so glad that we are hearing different kind of success and achievements in the part of Moldova, not only about problems, and I think the one of Moldova is one of the success that what I would like to start with it's about what happened yesterday in the government. Please refer to the first slide. So, the government approved the draft law for ratifying the agreement from the Council of Europe in order But the very first route before ratifying this agreement, which we followed and which we supported our government, was the Road of Wine. The Road of Wine, who back in 2020, after several years of efforts, our joint one, became the very first route, physical route in the Republic of Moldova, became part of our network, European network, agreed, approved by the Council of Europe. It was not done overnight, it was done based on many common joint efforts. However, speaking about our success and achievements, it is exactly 2 weeks ago when one of the most famous magazines in the world, which is Financial Times, where the #1 wine, Justice Robinson specialist, who for 14 years was advisor of UK Queen from her Vinotech, he used to write about wine from Moldova, and he said the Moldovan wine revolution is approved. So I'm not talking about something that is going to be done. We need to be that or this. We already are doing this, and this is already supported and confirmed by the most famous critics. It was all not done overnight. Of course, we worked many years. We used to have a very good partnership, festival, partners, many other things, of course, are to be done yet. Please move, please shift the slide. What happens in the tourists, because I'm talking about synergy, yes? So both in the financial teams and the global Justice Robertson, they are speaking about Moldova, saying that by wine, this becomes a country with a special visit card. Exactly several days ago, actually on Monday, in the Times, we have seen another article where they recommend the best city breaks in Europe for the next season of tourism. And who would be there among those set among which we have very well famous capital city of European Union. So what we have here also Moldova. Why? Because we have the good wines and the sector which is revitalizing with, say, the rural side. We may see this also on the National Geographic and Road Travel. This is something that inspires us, of course, and quite often we are asked, how you manage to do this? I am in this position when I have to talk about how we manage to achieve this. But in partnership with the viticulture, with the tourism sector, with the authorities, we are cooperating hand in hand, shoulder by shoulder, during those many years in a row. Starting with 2010, we started to work on more structural reforms. Of course, it's about entering into the essence. It's about approaching a systemic problem. It's about being together coherently. It's about making things together. This was a manifest of the USAID projects during years where I used to work. We are on the 4th edition, and we have already 3 projects done, due to which we managed to achieve what we mentioned. So nothing is by accident. And a little bit about those reforms and partners. So of course, talking about structural reforms, we cannot work only with a niche, only with an association. We have to work systemically, to work with the government, to work with the associations of producers, but also to produce viable ecosystems, as we have OMMV in case of this viticulture industry. It's very interesting to speak today during this event, which is funded by the EU, about the reform that we managed to do together with the viticulture industry, and about which actually we are talking when it comes speaking that this is a success. But it was first sector from our agro-food portfolio who completely complied with a key communautaire, and this we as a CSA project, we helped them. We made the so-called approximation, we worked on legislative, regulatory framework, worked with the very first definitions and system for IGP and IDP registration. We initiated the viticulture draft, created the Wine of Moldova brand of the country, and we started to work on implementing all those papers, which lasted during the last 4 or 5 years, during which we used to implement and made a reality those projections that we spoke about within our project. And here the role of the public-private partnership was a central one. What was next was cross-pollination around the wine-making industry, with the fact that wine, due to its success and performance, opened the doors for many other types of business, small business, especially in the rural side, helping them to develop. I'll skip this part of the presentation, and Mr. Brachner will continue talking probably about the theme, but the cornerstone is very important because that is a guarantee of the further success. But we have a segmentation of the product, and in efficient marketing, of course, we have to have this segmentation and also compliance with European standards. This is important because quality is the foundation limitation of the segmentation, where both the geographic locations but also the national wine brand should be most visible and differentiated. In this process, the USA project worked with the most of the tourists and winemaking organizations within this chain. Let us see who is present here from the business as such, the winemaking. Let us see how representative is this industry. So quite many, yes? But how many of you here cooperated with our USA project? Yes, let us see. So many of you too. So it's nice because to make a success, you have to, first of all, to unleash a pandemic of success in the positive way. So let us move forward. So what else in parallel was done in the industry of tourism? Because it's also part of our USA portfolio project. During the last years, it was coherence, strengthening based on the marketing platform. We created a strong country branding, a campaign for promoting. Maybe you know about this, it's very well known. It's the campaign which is called Be Our Guest. And involvement of US projects is again a systemic one, plenary, covering all the value chain and covering all the structure of this industry. That is what we are doing with the focus of the receptive industry, which means that exporting services. So here the value chain, very complex one for the tourist industry, and around it we see also the projects and the programs based on which the industry of tourism is supported by USA projects. And within the kernel we may see the wine rounds of Moldova. On the roads of Moldova. I will not speak much about this. I'm available for many other details to you if necessary. But again, we know very well, for example, about our campaign where an actor which looks very similar to another actor encouraged all the people to visit the Republic of Moldova, and that was 2018, exactly time when the Republic of Moldova made a qualitative jump from a situation when, for example, in 2012, when somebody used to say that Moldova is less visited country in the world, less than Bhutan. Then in 2018, we became top 10 country, most surprising countries who deserve to be discovered. So these kind of international campaigns are leading us to this kind of vision. So being creative is very important. We have to learn in Moldova with small money to earn, to manage to be famous. We used to have very creative campaigns, one of which is here. I'll not get into details, but why not? The winemaking industry, which is most important part of our agriculture, should become even more visible, even in the international airport. It was also part of our creative campaign, which brought about a lot of this international visibility, free of charge, would say. Or another example, another campaign, which is also very innovative, about which we may prove this element of creativity of this winemaking industry. Because you see that Moldova, ProWine, was attending ProWine, a very well-known exhibition, with the very first stand, which was fully made by hands. It was woven like a carpet, and it was extremely appreciated in ProWine, and again increase our international visibility, and then help us to get into the financial teams. Being creative, meaning using modern technologies, virtual tours. Moldova might visit us also virtually, and most of our winemaking places have these virtual tours, 360 degrees, which have been developed, and in this regard, and the tourists, we are at the very beginning of our pathway. We don't have yet a public partnership, public-private partnership. We had to deploy to strengthen our private sector. And here we have some success with the National Association for the Receptive Tourism, which was strengthened based on the help of the USAID. Here they encompass already most of the tourism and winemaking places in the Republic of Moldova. Let us talk now about about people, but I wouldn't like to monopolize too much this discussion, because as you have seen in most of those present, most of us, we worked already together. We plunged into the micro level of having the macro vision. We then focus on each microcosmos, which is each SME, each company. I'll just give you several examples. I welcome here in the room our Agrich, who is actually a representative managing Agrich wine company. Why isn't it interesting to see this model? So it's a winemaking company which used to be focused mostly on producing the wine in bulk, which used to be sold in traditional markets. But of course, it doesn't open due to many added value things. By means of USA project in partnership with the National Office of Wine and Grapes for increasing the quality, we managed to develop a product which may be embroiled their own brand, which again, it was provided with our support by USAID with different marketing, promotional programs. And then they managed there also to develop some touristic activities, which again is managed by this family, by these ladies, which again is a part of the wine road of Moldova. And there they are carrying out different kind of activities together with the community from the neighborhood. Another case, unfortunately I don't see the gentleman here, but I welcome him virtually, Mr. Georgia Cherny from another part of Moldova, who also used to produce homemade wine. He used to be part of the exhibition, which is Poluboko de Aur, Golden Barrel, but they cannot get into the market due to the lack of certification. They are not in compliance with the standards of our legislation. And then we created another project about which I think Elena will talk about, and that is mentoring program for small producers of wine. Again, we should focus on the added value. We would want to produce high standard and legal standardized wine with personalized brand, and which later on was developed with our support and not on our support, focusing then on tourist activity. They are now receiving the tourists in another edge of Moldova. These kind of cases are many. You've seen more than 200 companies being given support like USA. Most of them, they are like this, as just mentioned about. We have the systemic approach. What next? What will happen next? An applicant saying says, if you want to move fast, go alone. But if you want to reach farther points, go together with others. This is our slogan. And starting with November, we started another project managed by USAID, which is rural competitive resilience. This project it was about $50 million, covering 5 years. It will continue. I'll continue supporting others in cooperation with the public, local authorities, our partners from the private sector, both from the winemaking industry, but also from the tourism. But also besides this, we will include some other sectors like added value agricultural sectors. This new project will continue working in this direction based on those 3 pillars, the main being diversifying the markets and increasing added value sales, increasing the resilience of SMEs, also based on the development programs for increasing their sustainability, innovation, and by presenting to the technologies adapting, adjusting to the climate change, but also the activities in partnership with the public authorities in order to improve the business environment. That's why I would invite you all, those present here, represent those 2 industries, winemaking and the tourism industry, to become part of this activity. Most of you are already part of this activity because most of them, these activities are just a sort of a follow-up of our previous achievements and continuing it growing. And I hope that that table which Theo mentioned above, where we would use drink Moldovan wine, would be not alone. Thank you very much and good luck to all of you.
Thank you, Diana. I want to ask, so we are actually quite late.
Interesul este foarte sporit față de sectorul nostru. Chiar săptămâna trecută eu am dat un interviu pentru Innovation Media din Austria și Olanda, unde am vorbit despre sectorul vitivinicol, unde am vorbit despre sectorul ce ține de producția ecologic pură din Republica Moldova. Interesul, odată cu primirea statutului de țară candidată, a crescut foarte mult față de Republica Moldova. De aceea, ceea ce faceți dumneavoastră, ceea ce fac alți colegi care sunt aici în sală, este menit să susținem sectoarele respective. Stimați prieteni,
sectors, dear friends, I want to invite our colleagues Ana Perez and Pedro Sanchez to connect and to come with the presentation that I have mentioned. It's about managing labeling standards for wines for international wine strategy. You have the floor.
With you, it's a pity we are not with you in the hall, but anyway, we are trying to translate you a presentation of our project, which will be held during the 2020 and 2021. I'm going to share the presentation. Okay, I will show you first of all the project. What's a project called Managing the Wine Labeling Standard for an International Marketing Strategy. This project was a partnership between two chambers of commerce in Spain, Zamora Chamber of Commerce and the Valladolid Chamber of Commerce, and two Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine, the Kielnitsky Chamber of Commerce and the Vinnytsia Chamber of Commerce. The main objective of the project was to build a strong and durable partnership between the participants and, of course, create direct links between the BSOs and SMEs to increase knowledge on Ukraine's trade environment and investment opportunities. We focus especially on an innovative approach to promote the sector. So the schedule of the project starts in September 2020, where we will have some meetings with the coordination of the project. In October, we make two visits, two study visits, one study visit in Spain during the beginning of October, and another study visit in Ukraine, where we can know much more about the culture of the wine in each country. The Ukrainian partners came to visit us. They were visiting during 2 days our areas in Valladolid and Zamora, Choro, Chios, Ribera de Duero, Rueda, etc. And then we went to Ukraine, where some wineries companies visit all the area in Kielnitsky and Vinnytsia Oblast. We also celebrated during November some webinars where an expert in marketing strategy tried to give us some advice about the new international marketing strategy. And finally, we elaborate a marketing plan to try to promote the Ukrainian wine market abroad. This project would try to improve the relationship between the European Union PCOs and SMEs, and of course the Ukrainian partners. Both partners establish new relations for future collaboration are large, involving many additional activities and going further than commercial collaboration. This is quite important. And here we mention a few examples that we work. The first one is the collaboration between the university and the chambers. So the International Masterclass of Sommeliers of Kiev and the University of Valladolid are going to present an Erasmus project probably in the next call. Another example is new collaboration services, which is related with the second-hand machinery. In Spain, we got some machinery which are not really used, but it's very useful for the Ukrainian companies. Also, we support to SMEs from Spain to export to Ukraine through a new service we call, thanks to this project, called Business Insight Report, which provides information and actually information and historical information from import Ukrainian customs declarations, which is very useful information for the Spanish companies who want to export to Ukraine. Also, we work in a peer learning related to the concept of wine tourism or enotourists in Spain. We got the Wine Rules of Spain. It's a program which has been working during more than 20 years and is very successful. And after having identified the interest and the great potential of the Khmelnytskyi and Vinnytsia Oblast during this study visit, we work in this sector, in the eno-tourism sector. We also design a new label and new branding strategies for Ukrainian wine producers, inspired by the visit of Fariña vineyards in Spain. And finally, our Ukrainian partners adding testing rooms after the lessons learned in the study visits to some vineyards. Now, Anna, please, I think it's your turn.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Carlos. It's always a guarantee that things will work out well when I'm working with you. It's really a pleasure for me to be here presenting a program within the framework of the European Union. After Carlos' words, I'm going to summarize the main results of the project. But I want to start sharing with you the great experience the BSOs and the partners had in Ukraine, where we could discover the great potential they have in enotouriums. Lots of things can be done. When peace arrives, we hope as soon as possible. And also the positive experience that it has meant for all the partners and BSOs. It's not tangible, it's not in the slide, but it's very true. The opportunity to work with a country like Ukraine, to move within the European Community framework, and the possibility of creating value in a setting far superior to the local one has been a great experience and a very addictive. We want more. And because of our roles as Chamber of Commerce, we have been able to transfer the knowledge and the community feelings with new countries to the business and social fabric of the region. And thanks to Azucena Perez Alonso. She has been the promoter and the facilitator here in our Chamber of Valladolid. The results are one MOU signature between one of the wineries with the greatest sport vocation of the DO Toro, Bigardo, and the Khmelnytskyi Chamber of Commerce and Industry to support the sports, and including other red wines under the Rioja and Ribera del Duero. A way to support wine from Castilla y León to gain Ukrainian market and vice versa from Ukrainian market. A second MOU signature between the 4 project leaders in order to keep on working with the enotourium sector, Vinnytsia, Khmelnytskyi, Zamora, and Valladolid Chamber of Commerce. And a third MOU that Carlos mentioned was signed between the Ukrainian Association of Winemakers and Sommeliers and the Social Entrepreneurship Department of the University of Valladolid, represented by Mrs. Claudia Moller. The future plan was to work together under Erasmus program, as Carlos said, first for an exchange of professionals and then to develop a joint project. The MOU was signed by the Ukrainian school and by the Vice Rector on International Affairs of the Valladolid University. As well, another result was a partnership agreement between the Enological Station of Castilla y León through the sales of second-hand machineries. A part of sharing knowledge and stabilizing business relationships, the project team has conducted a market analysis and a marketing plan, which we truly hope may help viticultures and wine traders to business success by increasing chances for Ukrainian wine growers to gain knowledge and market share in the European Union. The market analysis about Ukrainian wines includes history of alcohol consumption, the cultural preference of the country, but above all, the trends among young people and people with a medium-high purchasing power. And the marketing plan as well for the Ukrainian wines developed the support of the Ukrainian companies in the creation of wine culture, because the strength culture in the country comes from the long tradition in the production of high alcohol liquors. And the third one that Carlos talked about was intelligence insight reports to support companies from both countries. Afterwards, the next, thank you. In 2022, everything has changed. The war arrived, and the expectation of results has changed as well. We don't want people suffering, and we want to work in peace. More information about the project, you can find it in our websites, Zamora and Valladolid Chamber of Commerce websites. And of course, Carlos and me, we are at your entire disposal for any hesitation or to keep on working together. Thank you very much.
Mulțumesc, Ana, mulțumesc, Carlos. Pe lângă cele menționate de dumneavoastră, cu siguranță toți noi ne dorim pace. Când vom avea pace, vom avea și rezultate în promovarea
results and promotion of wine products and other goods, both in Ukraine and in Moldova. If there are questions about our Spanish colleagues, if not, I want to give the floor to Ms. Elena Tomescu, Executive Director of Small Wine Manufacturers. Please, you have the floor. Hi to everybody. I want to your invitation to participate in this event and to talk about the Association of Small Manufacturers, an association which is the only association of other wines. When I'm talking about this, I'm talking about those manufacturers who are fully dedicated to growing wines and selling wines, which comes into finished product, having a high quality, having personality, originality, and a separate philosophy. Association currently has 60 members, and its main target is to represent the interest of its members, to implement projects for supporting their development and the programs for joint promotion, both in the country and outside. We also are the ones who have the biggest platform. It's an online community. I'm talking about Vinomil. It was created in 2020 as a way of support for small wine manufacturers which were affected by COVID-19 pandemics and who currently have 7,500 followers. Within our development, from the founding, we have been supported by our strategic partner, USAID, via the projects that you can see on the screen. They have developed and implemented at the country level, SEED 1, 2, the competitiveness, Moldova competitiveness projects and high value agriculture, who provided us support with grants, and together with us
programe de calitate și mentorat, de marketing și instruire și care au condus la o creștere de 5 ori a micilor producători de vinuri, au stimulat de 3 ori valoarea vânzărilor și au facilitat deschiderea peste 17 destinații de export. Vorbeam despre anul fondării. Asociația a apărut cumva din necesitatea instituirii unei entități legale care să vorbească din numele micilor.
Of having legal organization to protect the interests of small manufacturers. So in 2010 we had 9 founders, and only 5 had bottled wines present in the market. In 10 years we already had 37 members, and in 2 more years, so in 2022, we are a community of 60 members with 47 sellers who have bottled wines, who are present on domestic market under their own market brand. 16 of them have touristic facilities, and 2 manufacturers are about to launch their own wines. Here you can see vision. At the moment, the members of the association have 380 hectares of vines. They are bottling almost 1 million bottles annually, exported to mainly to domestic market, but also exported to 25 countries. As I said earlier, 16 of them have a touristic component being included in the touristic sets in the route Wines of Moldova. In the last 3 years, we have the performance to obtain 281 medals in different international contests. Here I would stop in detail, because it's something that proves that the wines of small wine manufacturers are quality. In 2022, we have participated within 16 international contests, and we have obtained a total of 125 medals. 125 out of them, more than 80 were gold, 3 grand golds and 1 double gold, and we are proud of it. And this is actually 14% of total amount of medals obtained by Moldova in 2022. If we are comparing, in 2021 we have received 84 medals, and in 2020 72 medals. 6 out of these contests were organized with support of our strategic partner, High Value Agriculture, USAID, and Office Wine on Wine. If we're talking about exports of small manufacturers, 25 companies in last year had 19 destinations. We had a total of $900,000 exported in 19 countries. Is a little more than in 2021. If we talk about countries, the first place goes to China, more than $280,000. Second place is Romania, $153,000, and third place is Japan, is $61,000. As key results, as Association for Development of our members, we have managed in the last years to implement different programs for promotion of small manufacturers by participating at more than 70 events, B2B, B2C. We had more than 100 media tagging. We have created the community vinyl mill in order to support the manufacturers, the small manufacturers. We have obtained 281 medals, and we have been lobbying and advocating. The association has a set of equipment which is rented to the members. They are pretty costly, so not everybody can afford buying them. So we, together with our partners, we have purchased this equipment, and we are renting the equipment to our colleagues. So we are trying to upgrade the equipment depending on the needs of our members, considering the increase of small manufacturers. We have noticed that we need to develop and implement some training courses so that everybody would benefit from the support for the increased professional development, which would allow them to achieve good results. Also, we have lobbying activities. Association was represented by relations with the different decision makers. I want to mention that all the activities that were developed were done in strict accordance with main 4 objectives for 5 years, and I'm talking about institutional development and sustainability, for promotion activities, stimulating sales, activities for lobby and advocacy, and developing, increasing capacity of the association of its members. Thank you. Do you have any questions to Elena? Thank you. Now I want to give the floor to Ms. Brachne, Interim Director of the National Wine and Wine Office. Dear audience, I think if you start giving questions, we will sleep here. I understand that you are tired. I'll try to be as quick as possible. Please, I need the presentation. So it was mentioned before, the importance of wine and wine sector. I will talk about few figures. One sector is the sector which contributes with 3% of GDP, internal domestic product, 16% of the total value produced in agriculture, 3.8 from the total country surface, 7% of wine, 7% of all arable land is the biggest wine density, so 3.44% hectares actually per 100 inhabitants. We have 3rd place in the basin of Black Sea according to the wine manufacturer, 12th place in world exports, and 19th place by wine manufacturers. From about 15% from the population is involved in one sector. The wine register, the figures that you will see, as a sources, the information is taken from the wine register. The owner of this register is the government of Moldova. Owner is Minister of Agriculture, and the registrar is National Wine and Wine Office. In this sector, according to the sector from 2021, 52,000 farmers and registered 224 wineries. The total registered in Moldova, we have 122,000 hectares. There are for wine, grapes for wine and one for consumption. 67,000 hectares for wine. Registered for 2022, we have 45,000 hectares. Out of them, from the surface source brands for wine, 1,694 hectares are the 4 brands, local brands. Out of the total, the surface of 67,000, about 10,000 hectares are registered for the producing the geographic indication. You can see on the screen the entire area of wine and wine was delimited into 4 regions with geographic indicators: Codru, Ștefan Vodă, Valul lui Traian, and the entire region is the divine, with the geographic indication divine. Exports. In 2022, we have exported 104 million liters, worth $154 million. The impact of war was, of course, had an influence on the exports. Compared to 2021, we have exported 14% less. Nevertheless, considering the crisis from the region and the drought, we have obtained good results. On your left, on the left of the screen, exports. So mainly wine exports are going to EU countries, 55%. Other 25% are going to CIS countries, former Soviet countries. 10% are going to Asia, America 7% and 3% going to Africa. The most attractive market, and the market biggest as value and volume, is Romania. Then we export a lot to Poland, Czech Republic, Russian Federation, and China. What were the reasons for the success? Although we had some crisis, we had good results. Of course, a big role is played by the Wine and Wine Office, and mainly the importance in promotion of sale of wine products. Majority of you know that the office is managing the fund of Wine and Wine, which is created from the contributions of manufacturers, of the winemakers, and the contributions from the state. I will mention just a few events organized on international national level, which contributed to promotion and sale of wine products during 2022. We had today the coordinating council session where we had the results of the activity. The activity plan was fulfilled 82%, having issues due to regional crisis. We were not able to fulfill the plan for Ukrainian and Russian markets. We had a little problems on the Chinese market, but it's very important to mention that promotion, the marketing promotion, so the plan was 90% fulfilled. So here, local market, you can see a very important event. It's a festival for promoting wines with geographically protected names. National Wine Day, the figures that you see on the screen. I don't know if you can see the figures. Also, the last event that was in December was the wine vernissage. This year we have two vernissages planned on international level. One of the main exhibitions that is gathering winemakers from the entire world is Pro Wine, which takes place in March. Last year we had 37 wineries. There are a lot of winemakers. Now we are selecting participants for this year. Unfortunately, because we have a limited area, so this year only 38 wineries will be able to take part. Another event, we have more events on our main market in Romania. So we had in Romania, in Bucharest, the vernissage of Moldovan wine. Also, our manufacturers have participated at two wine festivals. Here we also have a limited place. So together with the CAD, 19 international contests. In 2022, we have obtained 925 medals. Out of them, 58% were gold medals. Within 5 years, our manufacturers, we can say 5,000 medals. In 2022, Moldova obtained mentioned as the most awarded country from Eastern Europe at one of the main important events. Of course, our smaller manufacturers attract development of tourism, and indeed 80% of our tourism is wine tourism, because more than 35 companies on wine routes of Moldova are ready and attractive with all the conditions to receive tourists. Wine tourism in figures for 2022, we had 32 foreign tourists, 78,000 people who visited wineries, local people, You can see the figures about the tourists. 26% from Romania, 17% Austria, 16 Russia, 11 Ukraine. You can see the figures on the screen. And we were surprised that out of these tourists visited our country on our wine day. And everybody is planning at the beginning of the year to come to the wine festival, asking us when the wine festival will take place. So in the social network was mentioned that it will take place 30th September and 1st of October. Actually, the one day it takes place in the first weekend of October. I think it will be 7th, 8th October. So please send it information to other participants. We have 10 specialized agencies in wine tourism. One tourist in average spends 50 euros a day, and he or she stays 3 days. Wine tourism generates annually 7 million euros.
Last year, our small producers get advantage of support from within the program EU4BCC. It was a partner-sell wine project, and the main purpose there of that project was to support the SMEs working in this industry and providing the necessary assistance, being provided necessary assistance with the agro equipment, sustainable equipment, innovative equipment. They also promoted the practice of promoting the environment, of producing the eco wines, transfer or sharing the knowledge and use within this winemaking industry. So how those 10 small wineries have been selected? One of the requirements for getting access to this project was to be part or to participate to send as participants for the project some leaders and managers, usually, preferably with the female gender and not older than 35 years, with the activity mostly done in the rural side. It was not very easy to follow those requirements. Nevertheless, we've managed to identify necessary participants. What we've made, we made 2 site visits. First, our partners, our colleagues from France visited us, and then our producers paid a visit to France. They also organized 5 webinars, consultative advisory ones, and then they also developed a marketing plan helping the small producers, and also they managed to develop a guideline for internationalizing the business. Here you may see all those stages, how they have been accomplished. And finally, I would like to ask, you see, following this project, we also created 2 small video spots, and you would be able to watch them now.
This is study visit, it's an exchange of knowledge, of expertise from the point of view of the
so glad that Bergerac citizens came to us, and I hope that they would like.
Main objective of the project is to improve the internationalization and the sustainability of the French and Moldovan wine sector through cooperation.
Vreau să cred că tot ceea ce se va întâmpla în continuare și demersul de mai departe după acest proiect va fi în durabilitatea acțiunilor noastre și în rezultate concrete.
Țin să mulțumesc programului Partners in Wine, Oficiului Național al Viei și Vinului și Uniunii Europene pentru această oportunitate de a face schimb de experiență cu colegii noștri vinificatori din Franța.
And we thank you very much, and we are keen to continue our collaboration in the future.
Nu, și a doilea vă rog.
We are participating in the project Partners in Wine, which I consider a very useful program because we get to exchange experience with the winemakers from the wineries in France. This is a very good experience for us because, first of all, the winemakers visited us in Moldova.
Femmes et Vins est une association de femmes professionnelles de vin qui a été créée en 2014. On a regroupé autour de nous une trentaine de femmes professionnelles de vin pour participer à la promotion des vins du Sud-Ouest et en particulier des vins de Bergerac-Duras et à la promotion aussi de notre métier, des métiers de la vigne et du vin. On vient représenter la femme entrepreneur du département et créer une relation avec un groupe moldave de femmes entrepreneurs aussi et créer des échanges, pouvoir parler de notre position dans l'entrepreneuriat et dans le monde du vin aussi.
Apprendre de nouvelles choses, développer pourquoi pas ces marchés à l'export et offrir, faire un partage d'expérience sur des techniques de production. J'ai trouvé que c'était un pays très accueillant avec des belles exploitations bien ancrées et ils ont, je trouve qu'ils ont au niveau de la commercialisation fait énormément d'efforts. Il y a beaucoup de jeunes qui ont repris des vignobles et qui ont soif d'apprendre et d'utiliser des nouvelles technologies pour faire des vins avec plus de complexité. Voilà, c'est les marchés de demain, à mon avis.
In this project, our main topic is the sustainability practices in the vineyard and in the winery. And the most important thing that I learned here is about organic vineyard and organic wines. Getting in contact with other winemakers from here from Bergerac helped us to change our knowledge and to change the experience Of course, we learn a lot, but of course, we tell them about our practices in vineyard and in winery. Ça donne envie de continuer, continuer dans le partenariat, essayer d'aller ensemble sur des salons. En tout cas, voilà, cette expérience nous pousse à garder le lien avec ce peuple moldave, quoi.
So it was very useful for us, and we think that this is a great program that would benefit both sides.
I see here in the room all the beneficiaries of this project. That's why together with you, we would like to express our gratitude to you for business, to the EU delegation, for our partners from EU, for this nice project, and for many, many other projects that we got advantage of. We had the TAEX project, also a Czech Republic project, who contributed a lot besides the USAID to our development. They contribute to the registration of winemaking registry, of viticulture registry, to approximation of our legislation to EU legislation. So thank everyone, and I'd like you to know that we will further on in this sector. We need greatly your assistance, both advisory one, but also human one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Elizabeth. Indeed, you are right. This project is supported by European Commission by means of Eurochamber and the Chamber of Industry and Commerce Republic of Moldova, which is, I'm grateful to your activities. I would add that last year we've paid a visit to different regional exhibitions in Baimari and Iași, Romania, where we present our national products. And right now, the Made in Moldova exhibition is here, a joint stand with producers from the Republic of Moldova, which are right now visited by thousands and thousands of potential consumers from our country or abroad, thousands of visitors, and they're messaging, they're texting me, they're mentioning the quality of our product, but also that they are necessary you have to promote them internally and externally. I thank you all who have been at this panel together with me, and also during the previous panel. I will come up with a surprise. Some of you are knowing it. This is a small present from us, from Chamber of Commerce. It's Mercurio. You know that Mercurio is a symbol of our Chamber of Commerce. To everyone, I'd like to give a bottle from our chamber. From a small producer who is a member of the Chamber of Commerce. But the grapes have been harvested by the members of the Chamber. And you too. And also to Mr. Minister and State Secretary. Mr. State Secretary, you know it, and you have also a collection probably of this. Mr. Minister, you are not collecting, but you may consume it. So dear partners, dear audience, we are, well, the presentation has been so interesting that, and so useful that we've managed to be late according to our agenda. Let us nevertheless go to a coffee break, 15 minutes, and then we'll continue with the second theme of our discussions today. Thank you, so a small break.
European Union, EU, its member states, and its eastern neighbors, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. It aims to support sustainable economic development and job creation by helping SMEs to grow, especially by promoting increased trade, encouraging inward investment, and fostering business links with companies in the EU. The leader of the Wine Consortium is the Chamber of Commerce of Pordenone, Udine. The Wine Consortium partners are the Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Services, and Navigation of Spain and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Moldova. In the framework of Wine Consortium, 11 projects have been realized, 8 projects on study visits, and 3 projects on B2B. EaP countries involved in projects implementation: Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. The EU countries involved in projects implementation: Bulgaria, Croatia, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Spain. The objectives of all implemented projects: to strengthen the capacity of wine producers and representatives of wine-related industries and their BSOs to establish cross-border trade links and modernize the wine industry sector in the targeted countries through providing learning opportunities, knowledge and experience exchange and development, and usage of innovative digital tools. EU4BCC's target groups and final beneficiaries are business support organizations with a strong focus on the relevant sector and having the capacity to be a multiplier force. SMEs with internationalization potential. The EU4 business projected in 2022 impressive results in terms of mobilized, trained, and institutionally strengthened to provide better services. Within the 8 projects that organized study visits, 82 SMEs and 44 BSOs were involved in the project activities. At the same time, the project reached in the action 141 BSOs and 254. B2B projects resulted in the involvement of 55 SMEs. The EU4 Business Project promotes increased trade, encourages foreign investment, and strengthens business ties with EU companies. Among the many activities carried out during the project, the study visits stand out. The whole visit was attended by 82 small and medium enterprises, SMEs, and 44 business support organization, BSOs. 13 new services were launched by involved BSOs. 35 BSOs and 44 of SMEs were involved in the development of the new services and obtained concrete results. At the same time, 6 new branding and new marketing plans have been elaborated for SMEs, and 10 memorandums of intentions have been signed between BSOs from the EaP and EU countries. Ukrainian wine sector associations, organizations, and companies conducted study visits to Valladolid and Zamora provinces in Spain. Wine sector organizations and companies also visited enterprises in Vinnytsia and Khmelnytsky regions of Ukraine.
It's really new experience for us, and we're hoping that it's going to be really good for Spanish business and Ukrainian business to expand their communication and furthermore expand the ties between our two countries.
Such programs really make sense because they can bring European wine standards closer to Ukrainian companies. And it is our hope that these programs will continue in the future because they really serve to strengthen our relations.
A great teamwork was attended between Interco Nouvelle Aquitaine and the National Wine Agency of Georgia to offer the best content program of activities to the Georgian and French beneficiaries.
being able to visit Georgia was incredible. The people are so kind, and their wine industry is pretty incredible. So I'm really looking forward to keeping this collaboration moving after the project to be able to learn from one another.
In February 2022, the National Office of Vine and Wine, in collaboration with the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture, organized the study visit of French winemakers in Republic of Moldova. Moldovan winemakers visited enterprises in the French region of Bergerac to exchange experience to create a more competitive, smarter, and more ecological winemaking system.
This is a study visit. It's an exchange of knowledge, of expertise from the point of view of the wine sector, viticulture.
I went in Moldova to discover every wine you produce. I discover your grape variety of Moldova, like Feteasca Negra. In this project, our main topic is the sustainability practices in the vineyard and in the winery. And the most important thing that I learned here is about organic vineyard and organic wines. Getting in contact with other winemakers from here, from Bergerac, helped us to change our knowledge and to change the experience.
In the February 2022, the Drama Chamber of Commerce and Industry, in cooperation with the Union of Young Women Entrepreneurs of Armenia, organized a 3-day study visit. During the study visit, the participants had opportunities to visit wine companies in the region of Drama, to taste local wine products, and to talk with local producers. In the premises of the Drama Chamber of Industry, an info day on women's entrepreneurship and wine tourism was held. Yambol Chamber of Commerce and Industry organized a study visit for the enterprises from the Armenia, implementing successful the project Wine Biz.
This training was very useful and interesting, although you think that you know almost everything, but it's an opportunity to learn many things, and I will go back with a lot of new information, tricks, and knowledge.
The first EU-Azerbaijan Wine Summit was attended in the framework of the project From Grape to Trade, building synergies between Bulgarian and Azerbaijani wine exporters. The event connected around 140 stakeholders and business representatives from the EU and Azerbaijan.
The aim is to bring together industries, in that respect, wine industries, wine businesses from one EU country, which is in that project Bulgaria, with one country of the Eastern Partnership, and in that case, it's Azerbaijan. And we are just the implementing partner for this project, and our partner in Bulgaria is Plovdiv. And thus, we have a structure of supporting organizations which can promote, so to speak, vice versa, wine industries and wineries, wine promotion, wine tourism to each country.
An integral part of all implemented projects were networking and B2B meetings with the aim of creating new collaborations and innovative synergies through the expansion of markets and the exchange of best practices, business ideas, information. 55 wineries involved, 118 business meetings, 40% of increase in the number of business contacts of the SMEs involved in the action. 6 contracts signed. 12 of new branding and marketing plans have been elaborated. These are the results of the B2B and matchmaking projects. Ready for Wine XP. Wine Chain, Parco Agroalimentare, FVG, Agri-Food and Bioeconomy Cluster Agency, Italy. Wine2B Terra Technopolis, DOO, Croatia. Networking and B2B meetings were an integral part of the EU4 business, connecting companies, Eurochambres program. Networking and B2B meetings are crucial in helping BSOs and companies to identify and match potential business partners with common business interests, complementary services, expertise, technologies, or business strengths to achieve multiple objectives, generate new business relationships, accelerate the development of skills, increase their knowledge network, create valuable relationships, and initiate innovative projects. A B2B matchmaking event and wine tasting, which took place on February 23, 2022 in Chisinau, Moldova. Ready for Wine XP project was developed by Camera di Commercio Italiana in Moldova and Italian Chamber of Commerce for Germany. In this period, Camera di Commercio Italiana in Moldova hosted guests from Germany and Chisinau, 12 buyers in wine sector, and colleagues from ITKAM, Italian Chamber of Commerce for Germany.
Together with the Italian Chamber of Commerce for Germany, we try to organize this project in order to grow the sharing of knowledge about Moldova, about wine of Moldova, and create opportunity for winemaker of Moldova to export their products in Germany.
On this visit was held B2B matchmaking event and wine tasting. Moldovan winemakers had the opportunity to introduce their company in the first half of the day, and after to present their products. As a result of this visit, the wineries participating in the project have found new partners and a market for their products. And soon, Germany will be able to enjoy good wine from the country of people with big hearts.
Ich komme aus Moldawien. Ich kenne schon einige Winzer, aber ich will sagen, die Landschaft der Winzer, die Weinbranche in Moldawien ist dermaßen vielfältig. Insofern, ich freue mich, demnächst meine Eindrücke, meine neu entdeckten Weine mit Ihnen zu teilen und auch Ihnen anbieten zu können.
I think there's a big potential for the wines from Moldova in Germany, because the white wines are very fruity, very fresh. You can drink them very easily and they are very joyful. And the reds are quite powerful, very intense, and yeah, very lovely.
During the visit of Moldovan winemakers, visited enterprises in the French region of Bergerac was attended a B2B meeting of SO, Fem and Vin, an association of women wine professionals.
Femmes et Vins est une association de femmes professionnelles de vin qui a été créée en 2014. On a regroupé autour de nous une trentaine de femmes professionnelles de vin pour participer à la promotion des vins du Sud-Ouest et en particulier des vins de Bergerac-Duras et à la promotion aussi de notre métier, des métiers de la vigne et du vin. On vient représenter la femme entrepreneur du département et créer une relation avec un groupe moldave de femmes entrepreneurs aussi et créer des échanges, pouvoir parler de notre position dans l'entrepreneuriat et dans le monde du vin aussi.
EU4Business, Connecting Companies, EU4BCC is a project managed by Eurochambres and funded under the EU4Business initiative of the European Union. The project is being developed in the framework of the Eastern Partnership, EaP, to deepen and strengthen relations between the European Union, EU, its member states, and its eastern neighbors, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. It aims to support sustainable economic development and job creation by helping SMEs to grow, especially by promoting increased trade, encouraging inward investment, and fostering business links with companies in the EU. The leader of the Wine Consortium is the Chamber of Commerce of Pordenone, Udine. The Wine Consortium partners are the Chamber Commerce, Industry, Services, and Navigation of Spain and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Moldova. In the framework of Wine Consortium, 11 projects have been realized, 8 projects on study visits, and 3 projects on B2B. EaP countries involved in project's implementation: Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. The EU countries involved in project's implementation: Bulgaria, Croatia, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Spain. The objectives of all implemented projects: to strengthen the capacity of wine producers and representatives of wine-related industries and their BSOs to establish cross-border trade links and modernize the wine industry sector in the targeted countries through providing learning opportunities, knowledge and experience exchange and development, and usage of innovative digital tools. EU4BCC's target groups and final beneficiaries are business support organizations with a strong focus on the relevant sector and having the capacity to be a multiplier force. SMEs with internationalization potential. The EU4 business projected in 2022 impressive results in terms of mobilized, trained, and institutionally strengthened to provide better services. Within the 8 projects that organized study visits, 82 SMEs and 44 BSOs were involved in the project activities. At the same time, the project reached in the action 141 BSOs and 254. B2B projects resulted in the involvement of 55 SMEs. The EU4 Business Project promotes increased trade, encourages foreign investment, and strengthens business ties with EU companies. Among the many activities carried out during the project, the study visits stand out. The whole visit was attended by 82 small and medium enterprises, SMEs, and 44 business support organization, BSOs. 13 new services were launched by involved BSOs. 35 BSOs and 44 of SMEs were involved in the development of the new services and obtained concrete results. At the same time, 6 new branding and new marketing plans have been elaborated for SMEs, and 10 memorandums of intentions have been signed between BSOs from the EaP and EU countries. Ukrainian wine sector associations, organizations, and companies conducted study visits to Valladolid and Zamora provinces in Spain. Wine sector organizations and companies also visited enterprises in Vinnytsia and Khmelnytsky regions of Ukraine.
It's really new experience for us, and we're hoping that it's going to be really good for Spanish business and Ukrainian business to expand their communication and furthermore expand the ties between our 2 countries.
Such programs really make sense because they can bring European wine standards closer to Ukrainian companies. And it is our hope that these programs will continue in the future because they really serve to strengthen our relations.
A great teamwork was attended between Interco Nouvelle Aquitaine and the National Wine Agency of Georgia to offer the best content program of activities to the Georgian and French beneficiaries.
Being able to visit Georgia was incredible. The people are so kind, and their wine industry is pretty incredible. So I'm really looking forward to keeping this collaboration moving after the project to be able to learn from one another.
In February 2022, the National Office of Vine and Wine, in collaboration with the Dordogne Chamber of Agriculture, organized the study visit of French winemakers in Republic of Moldova. Moldovan winemakers visited enterprises in the French region of Bergerac to exchange experience to create a more competitive, smarter, and more ecological winemaking system.
This is a study visit. It's an exchange of knowledge, of expertise from the point of view of the wine sector, viticulture.
I went in Moldova to discover every wine you produce. I discover your great variety of Moldova, like
Fetească Negra. In this project, our main topic is the sustainability practices in the vineyard and in the winery. And the most important thing that I learned here is about organic vineyard and organic wines. Getting in contact with other winemakers from here from Bergerac helped us to change our knowledge and to change the experience.
In the February 2022, the Drama Chamber of Commerce and Industry, in cooperation with the Union of Young Women Entrepreneurs of Armenia, organized a 3-day study visit. During the study visit, the participants had opportunities to visit wine companies in the region of Drama, to taste local wine products, and to talk with local producers. In the premises of the Drama Chamber of Industry, an info day on women's entrepreneurship and wine tourism was held. Yambol Chamber of Commerce and Industry organized a study visit for the enterprises from the Armenia, implementing successful the project Wine Biz.
This training was very useful and interesting, although you think that you know almost everything, but it's an opportunity to learn many things, and I will go back with a lot of new information, tricks, and knowledge.
The first EU-Azerbaijan Wine Summit was attended in the framework of the project From Grape to Trade, building synergies between Bulgarian and Azerbaijani wine exporters. The event connected around 140 stakeholders and business representatives from the EU and Azerbaijan.
The aim is to bring together industries, in that respect, wine industries, wine businesses from one EU country, which is in that project Bulgaria, with one country of the Eastern Partnership, and in that case, it's Azerbaijan. And we are just the implementing partner for this project, and our partner in Bulgaria is Plovdiv. And thus, we have a structure of supporting organizations which can promote, so to speak, vice versa, wine industries and wineries, wine promotion, wine tourism to each country.
An integral part of all implemented projects were networking and B2B meetings with the aim of creating new collaborations and innovative synergies through the expansion of markets and the exchange of best practices, business ideas, information. 55 wineries involved, 118 business meetings, 40% of increase in the number of business contacts of the SMEs involved in the action. 6 contracts signed. 12 of new branding and marketing plans have been elaborated. These are the results of the B2B and matchmaking projects. Ready for Wine XP. Wine Chain.
Yes.
Agri-Food and Bioeconomy Cluster Agency, Italy. Wine2B Terra Technopolis, DOO, Croatia. Networking and B2B meetings were an integral part of the EU4 business, connecting companies, Eurochambres program. Networking and B2B meetings are crucial in helping BSOs and companies to identify and match potential business partners with common business interests, complementary services, expertise, technologies, or business strengths to achieve multiple objectives, generate new business relationships, accelerate the development of skills, increase their knowledge network,
Christiana is asking if we can use the atrium. Ah, it's here. All good? Okay. Well, hi, everybody. Hi again. My name is Laura Velasco. I'm here representing Eurochambres, which is the organization that is running the EU4Business connecting companies here. Before I invite the participants of this next panel, this and last, I would like to thank very much the Moldovan Chamber of Commerce, Mihai and his team, for the great work they did today organizing this conference. I would like to thank as well Camera de Comercio Pordenone Udine and the Chamber of Commerce of Spain, because they have been a great support not only to the organization of this conference, but also to make this project happen. So thank you very much to you all. And as it was said this morning, the purpose of this conference is to show the results of this EU4Business Connecting Company project that was launched by DigiNear. And I will tell you a lot about it in a second. But before, I would like to invite to the stage to join me Cristiana Basso, Vice Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce of Pordenone. Cristiana. And also as well, Miss Irina Balean, who is Project Manager of the Camera de Comercio Italiana in Moldova. Hi, Irina. Thank you very much. And then we will have two participants online, Mrs. Io Tsatsivariti, EU Program Advisor at Drama Chamber,
Ms. Anna Merzan, who is project officer at Interco Nouvelle Aquitaine, and Ms. Elena Boyatsieva, who is expert business services at Plovdiv Chamber of Commerce. Last but not least, we also have Mr. Tobias Knubeng from GIS, who I believe he's also here. Thank you very much for joining me in the stage as well. And I think we are all ready now. We can start the presentation. Good, thank you very much. So as I was saying, the EU4Business Connecting Program, it's an initiative of the European Commission, in particular of DG NEAR. It was launched in 2019, so it's already 3 years we have been working on this project, and we have almost 1 year to go. The deadline of the project is December 2023. During this time, we have been organizing, as you will all know, 3 types of activities, which are twinings, study visits, and B2B meetings in 5 different sectors. Oh, thank you very much. In 5 different sectors, which are wine, as we are here today, biofood, tourism, creative industries, and textiles. This is the 4th conference. There is one last to go, which will take place in Spain, in Seville, and is focused on biofood. I think it's a little bit small for those who are participating, so I will just try to read as much as possible the slides. The budget in total of the project is around 6.8 million, among which around 3.5 million is going to the actions that we are developing, we have developed so far. All these actions started back in 2020, some of them, and some others have finalized now in December 2022. Good to mention that the idea, as it was mentioned this morning by the representative of the European delegation here in Moldova, the idea of the project is to create bridges between European businesses and the Eastern Partnership region. The idea is obviously to create or develop or support sustainable growth and development, as well as job creation. It's been a very challenging time. I'm sure that many of you know the 2 main challenges that we have faced during this time. First, the COVID pandemic that started around 1 year after the project was launched, as well as the invasion of Russia in Ukraine had created an impact on the project. It has been really difficult and challenging, but everybody, both at the consortia level, at Eurochambres, as well as the BSO partnerships that were developed to actually support the actions, managed to adjust. This adjustment in many of the times represented shifting to the activities online. And as you know, sometimes activities do not work as well when we go into the online environment. But in some other cases, unfortunately, represented the termination of the project, because obviously not being able to travel or not being able to actually meet face-to-face with your potential partners sometimes really triggers difficulties that are not possible to overcome. So among the 59 sub-grants that we intended to give at the beginning, these 3.5 million, unfortunately, we lost 19 on the way. Among these 19, 15 were a cost directly to the war. The other 4 were terminated due to management issues or the impossibility of the organization for several reasons, HR or budget reasons to terminate. But the other 40 are now finished. We are still trying to gather the results. Christiana will focus more on the results achieved by the Wine Consortium, but results are quite positive, although they are not final. So every time you are participating in one of these conferences, and if you have the pleasure to join us in our final conference in Brussels, there we might be able to share the concrete and final results. In the meantime, just to mention that among these 5 sectoral or sectors we focused on, we developed around 12 activities between them, except for wine, that there were 11 activities. And here you can see the breakdown on which ones were terminated and which ones were finished. In terms of achievements, again, these figures are not final, and I'm very happy every time I have to make this presentation because the numbers continue to grow. But main results that we are very proud of is that we managed to engage around almost 2,000 SMEs from the Eastern Partnership countries in the action. This means engagement in the activities that we conducted, but also reach out on social media and other visibility actions. Thanks to you, to all the partners we have in the project, we have organized over 1,000 business meetings, and this led to the signing of 45 MOUs between business support organizations and the creation of 51 new services for SMEs. Last but not least, the SMEs that participated in the project managed to actually sign around 21 contracts for business contracts, so for partnerships, sell and purchase of products or services, as well as memorandums of further cooperation. And now, since I have already shared the results achieved, again, we still have some space to continue increasing the figures because we are still revising the projects that have finished in December. I would like to present you the 4 activities that we are going to be developing, or we are already offering in 2023. The layout and the profile of these activities is a little bit different from the sub-grants due to time constraints, but also trying to adjust and try to help European and the Eastern Partnership region businesses as much as possible in a more effective way. The first activity is the mobility scheme. For those who already know the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneur program, this is more or less the same. It's a project that replicates what DigiGrow has done. The idea is to sponsor this change between 50 business support organizations and 35 SMEs from the Eastern Partnership and the EU. Actually, today, in this room, we have a couple of matches already that are already planning and organizing the mobility scheme between partners. It is important to say that the mobility scheme or the exchange should happen in the EU. It means that there will be one participant leaving the Eastern Partnership to go and to stay at the host organization or SME in the EU for 1 or 2 months. Here you can see on the screen more or less the average amount of money that will be granted to both the outgoing and the hosting organizations. For the hosting organizations and SMEs in the EU, the amount will be €350 fixed. For those who are traveling from the Eastern Partnership, the amount will depend on the average cost of living on the country where you're going to stay. There is a table on our website available for you to double check. But the amount should be around €1,700 on average. Maximum amount, it's the one you see on the screen, around €1,900 if you are going to Denmark, because it is considered the most expensive country to live in the EU. The second activity we are proposing, it's a little bit easier to participate in if you have time constraints or if you are going to monitor or you need to monitor your business. It's an online export academy for SMEs from the Eastern Partnership. We are trying to organize it in April, and it will consist of 5 different workshops with different modules that will help you to actually prepare your business to export into the EU. We are attempting to actually cover different levels of preparation. So if you are a company that is already exporting to the EU, you will have some sections that will be of your interest. Probably, as it was mentioned this morning by one of the representatives of the Commission, by DG NEAR, probably just covering topics on labeling and what things have changed in the EU regulation if you want to import your product into the EU from 2023 onwards. The Export Academy, we are aiming to invite 150 participants who will just have to connect online and participate, and we will help you actually develop or improve your export development plan. Participation is indeed for free, and if you would like to join, you just have to contact with your national chamber, or you can just visit our website because we will be publishing the information there very soon. The third activity is a BSO tour. So it's a business mission for a business support organization into the EU. We are aiming at holding welcoming 35 business support organizations, 7 from each of the eligible countries from the Eastern Partnerships. This will include, of course, Moldova, as well as Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Ukraine. If you are a business support organization from one of these countries and you're interested in this business support organization tour, please contact your chamber and they will give you more information. The tour must probably be in one of the Baltic countries, probably Estonia, not confirmed yet, and it will consist on 5 days of visit to relevant players and stakeholders that will help you to actually upgrade the services that we are offering to your members here in the Eastern Partnership. We want to give it an approach to digitalization because digitalization is the future. So the idea is that the new service of the upgraded service you will provide, it will be focused on something digital. And last but not least, with the support of our dear consortia, we are organizing also 5 study visits for SMEs in this case, into the EU in order to help them develop business contacts as well as continue learning about the business environment in the EU. Each of these sectoral study visits will target 25 SMEs from the Eastern Partnership who will visit probably an international trade fair in the EU, and they will have business meetings with around 10 SMEs from the EU to discuss cooperation, business contacts, and future business agreements, hopefully. This event will start in March. Creative Industries is organizing it at the end of March, and the rest will come in May and April. So we invite you to have a look also on the website or to contact your national chamber to get more information about this. And last but not least, I will just to share here our information. You can follow us on social media. We are quite active here, and here we will be promoting actually all these activities I was mentioning. And if you want more information about our results, about the mobility scheme or any other thing, you can always connect to our website or reach out by email to the email address that appears on the screen. So thank you very much again. And thanks for being here today. And since I'm moderator, I will continue talking. Sorry for that. But just shortly. I would like to leave the floor to Christiana. I think so, because I cannot take this off. And I think you will like to keep this.
Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure for me to be here today in Chisinau on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce of Pordenone Udine. Our chamber, together with the Chamber of Commerce of Moldova and the Chamber of Commerce of Spain, are the consortium wine partner. The partnership was created in order to cooperate with the Eurochambres for the implementation of the initiative EU4BCC Connecting Europe. Before presenting here some first results from our survey that was launched in order to analyze the results of the implementation of the projects, I would like to give some info about our role as a consortium partners. So, our activity started with the promotion of the initiative, and this activity was carried out in cooperation with the Eurochambres, with the organization of promotional online events and networking events. All this activity was aimed at raise interest in the issue of the call for participants in order to receive proposals from BSOs interested in implementing projects in cooperation between EU countries and EaP countries. Our activity of dissemination of information covered all EaP countries and EU countries, thanks to the network of the Chambers of Commerce, both the EU and EaP Chambers of Commerce. As a total, our social media campaign reached over 16,000 users of all EaP countries and EU countries. Something to be said is that the projects submitted covered all EaP countries and 7 EU countries. Our consortium partners also actively participated in the evaluation activity of the proposals, and after the proposals were approved, our activity shifted to the assistance to the implementing BSOs. So we tried to assist the BSOs both from the administrative point of view, so financial issues, staff change, and so on, and also to follow closely the implementation of the projects. Laura already said that we had some issues regarding first the COVID pandemic and then the international situation, and that affected some of the projects regarding the wine sector, because some of them could not be resumed after the suspension in spring 2022. Well, our activity also included the monitoring of the projects, and actually we intended to go and visit all the implementing BSOs, but actually this was not possible in all the cases, and for some projects, we had to shift to online monitoring. But with the help of the online procedure, we could perform, I think, all the activities in the best way. Last thing I would like to present are the results from our impact survey. We got some interesting results. The survey is still not complete. We will add some info, but there are some interesting things to be said from now. The survey aimed at taking 2 different pictures, one before the implementation of the projects and the second one after the implementation of the projects, in order to see the result produced. The issues covered by the survey were gender equality, job creation, economic growth, increase of awareness on cross-country opportunities, innovation, and competitiveness. First interesting thing coming from our survey is that the participation to the projects was beneficial to increase the knowledge of the wines of the partner region. And for 78% of the respondents to our survey, their knowledge of the wines of the partner region really increased a lot, thanks to the participation to the projects. And the respondents told us that thanks to the projects, they had the possibility to discover that the wines of the partner region are really excellent and really interesting. Then, one question of our survey was about the best way to find new suppliers and info. And most of respondents, 68%, told us that the best way is still the participation in fair and events. While other procedures such as websites and social network, all considered together, only cover 33% of respondents. So participation in events and fairs is still considered very important. The role of the brand to differentiate itself from the competitors is considered very important in 78% of the answers. And what is interesting is that this percentage raised over 28% from the first survey and the second. So after the implementation of the projects, the importance of the brand is considered more important. Then, as about the consumers and their choice, most of respondents considered that the consumer choice is more linked to the price, 44% of respondents, than to perceived quality. One issue covered by our survey was the challenges for women-led companies in the wine sector. And in this case, the answer tells us that the most challenging efforts are considered the access to established networks and the access to leading position. These answers changed a lot from the first step of the survey and the second, because in the first step, issues such as family-run responsibilities and stereotypes in the wine world were still considered actual, but in the second step of the survey, they are not considered at all. Then the issue of job creation in the wine sector. According to respondents, 44% of them, it is a question of finding the right financing, while other issues such as I'm sorry, I can't read the numbers, so I have to help myself with the paper. While the other issues, such as how to export wine, find the right information, are considered less important. Then, as about the barriers to doing business in the EaP countries, one issue that is considered as important is the shortage of digitization and communication tool. This voice has been considered by 44% of respondents, and then a minor importance is given to distance from urban areas, which only covers 22% of the respondents. As a final comment on this, the BSOs told us that the new contacts created during the implementation of the projects will be important in connecting their activities in the local areas. A final general comment is about the duration of the projects. A high percentage of respondents, 44%, told us that they wish these projects could have been longer, and this is a suggestion for Eurochambres, for example, if this is possible. 33% think the projects should be more flexible, and for 22% of the respondents, the duration of the project is adequate. One issue that the BSOs encountered during the implementation of the project was the necessity of using online activities because of the COVID, the international situation, and so on. And so this was considered an issue for almost 80% of respondents. But despite this, almost 80% of respondents that believe that the program beneficiaries have developed new business opportunities since participation in these activities. So the projects were actually beneficial. And then almost 90%, so 90%, it's a high percentage of respondents believe that the projects has created new opportunities between EU and EaP countries. So we think that these results are interesting as as a general information for the results of this initiative. As Laura said, some figures are still to be completed and will be added before the final conference, but we are happy to have these results. Before finishing my presentation, let me thank the colleagues from the Moldova Chamber for the hard work done in organizing this conference. Thank you very much a lot.
I don't know if it's working. Yes. Thank you very much, Cristiana, for this presentation. If I just have to add something based on our participation in other sectorial conferences, that the reflection of the feeling of the activities performed, it's quite even, it's quite standard. And we acknowledge that the importance of face-to-face activities as a key for development, opening discussions with partners, but again, to develop and continue cooperation. So we hope that COVID is long behind us and we don't have to shift to online anymore, as well as, and we already took note of this participation in trade fairs. We think it's quite important for companies to actually get to know the market, but understand as well the profile of the potential consumers, as well as to understand how the marketplace looks like, competitors, potential partners in the distribution chain, and so forth. So duly noted. Thank you very much for sharing these results. And now we pass to Ms. Irina Valean, who is, as I mentioned before, representing today the Italian Chamber of Commerce in Moldova, and who actually was involved in one of the actions we were showing on the screen, which was called Ready for Wine Export, right?
Yes. Bună ziua. Hello. Two Italian chambers developed a project dedicated to Moldovan wine. And the answer is very simple. This project was created out of love and with love to Moldovan wine. And Germany, as one of the 5 world biggest importers of wine, represent a huge interest for Moldovan winemakers. So, sorry. So we set ourselves next main objectives for this project: to promote Moldovan wine on international stage, to develop knowledge and competence required to enter German market, and as well to open new market outlet for Moldovan wine. In order to meet these objectives, we aim to find and match 12 Moldovan wine producing SMEs and 12 German wine importing SMEs. And to be honest, selecting these 12 Moldovan wine producing companies was one of the hardest part of the project, because here in Moldova we have plenty of amazing wineries. So, first step of our project was to prepare Moldovan participants to enter German market. We created Ready for Wine Academy. It's a series of webinars with the key information about the German market, and as well with the skills to promote wine on international stage. These webinars were held by German specialists in various fields. It's like specific legislation, custom law, packaging and labeling, marketing, digital communication, e-commerce, and as well general information about the German market, German wine market. So, Our next step was to create business partnerships between Moldovan and German participants. On February 23, 2022, we organized B2B matching event where we held 100 plus B2B meetings between Moldovan wineries and German buyers. During these meetings, they had opportunity to share their company's profiles and as well to understand the possibility of future partnership. As a practical reinforcement to these meetings was organized wine tasting event where our German guests had possibility to get known Moldovan participants' products. The process of wine tasting was held by Moldovan sommelier who helped our guests to discover Moldovan wine more precisely. As well, during the visit of our German friends, we organized 2 visits to local wineries in order to give German participants a complete understanding of Moldovan wine tradition. A constant part of our project was promoting activity of the project, German-Moldovan partnership, and wine sector of Moldova in general. We created a guide of Moldovan wineries. It is a catalog of 12 participating in the project Moldovan wineries, where you can find general information about the winery, contact details, most representative wines, and in general the ranges of their wine. And as well, at the end of this catalog, you could find a list of all Moldovan wineries. So if readers want to discover more Moldovan wine, they need just to pick a letter and choose a winery. At the beginning of the project, we created social media accounts for project where we posted different informational and promotional publications. As well, at our YouTube channel, you can find videos with women in wine sector, with promoting of Moldovan National Wine Day, and success story from SMEs who already exported their products to Germany, where they let's say, sharing their experience. The main purpose of this project was to create business partnerships between Moldovan wineries and German wine importers in order to extend export of Moldovan wine to the Germany. So in this context, we already are happy to share with you some project outcomes. In August 2022, Wenzel Jensen held a wine tasting of Moldovan wine Carpe Diem in their wine store in Germany. We had new business partnership between Moldovan wine seller, German wine seller specialized on Moldovan wine, Moldovine, and Gogo Winery. And after the visit Moldova, German e-commerce wine seller dedicate a separate page on their website for Moldova and Moldovan wine. And there you can find already wines from Purcari Winery and Carpe Diem. As you could notice, the date of our B2B matching event and wine tasting, it was 23 February. It was the day before world faced a new terrible challenge. And so we didn't expect a fast results in form of export. But in general, when we speak with our Moldovan participants, they are happy that had opportunity to present their products directly to the German buyers, as well to share information about the company. And the German participants as well was very happy about the quality of our wine, and they like it 100%. So at the end, I want to say that Moldovan wine is a bottled tradition, quality, and diligence. Our local variety will steal your heart from the first sip. And me personally, I advise you after a long winter cold day or sunny day as today, pour yourself a glass of Viteasca Neagră. It's a local variety of grapes with the floral notes and long-lasting fruity aftertaste. And thank you for your attention. I have plenty of catalogs with me, so if you are curious enough to discover ranges of good Moldovan wine, please approach me. I will share with you happily. And as well, I want to thank EU4BCC and Eurochambres for opportunity and possibility to develop and implement this project, and the Chamber of Commerce in Moldova and Wine of Moldova for their support during the implementation of the project. Thank you for your attention.
It is indeed very interesting to see in firsthand not only the numbers that Christiana was sharing, but real cases of how the project managed to be successful through actions such as yours. I have a couple of questions, but I will leave it to the end, but just prepare. I'm taking some notes here. Our next speaker is Mio Tsatsivariti. She's going to connect online. Just allow me to introduce her. She represents the Drama Chamber, and she actually conducted another project called Wineability. And she's going to talk about her experience, the achievements reached by the project, as well as best practices with us. Io, the floor is yours.
Hello, do you hear me? Are you able to see also my presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank you also for the honorable invitation to participate in this very important wine sector conference. I would like to personally thank the Moldovan Chamber and our colleague Ludmila for all the support during the project. It was especially important during the obstacles that this implementation project found because of the suspension and the need for the extension of the project, to have the sectoral support by the Moldovan Chamber, and it is something that also Ms. Basso mentioned, and it's very important for the fluent cooperation of such projects. So taking the floor, I would like to navigate you through the experience of our collaboration with our Armenian partners under the same mutual cause, which was the promotion of the cooperation under wine exports and women entrepreneurship. Our project was called Wineability, and we consider it as a Trojan horse in building bridges among the two countries under this sector.
Can you hear us?
Do you hear?
Can you just put the presentation on full, or the PPT on full presentation so that we can see it properly?
I have it in full presentation, but let me try it again. Now, is it in full?
No, it's still, we see your PPT, so the on the left, the menu with all the slides. Is it possible that you're using two screens?
Yeah, I press it, but for some reason it's not.
Just to make sure that everybody here can see it, otherwise it's too small.
Share the PowerPoint app and not the own screen that she.
Yes.
I don't know why it's like that. Let me stop sharing and try to do it again.
Yeah, Yeah, perhaps that will help. And perhaps you have to choose this screen where actually the full presentation shows.
Okay.
Okay, okay. So she will help you, they will help you do it so you can continue. And the IT will help you to do that, don't worry.
I can share it once more. And do it full
Yes, please
screen.
go ahead, go ahead. You can continue with the presentation.
But now you don't see it at all.
It's ongoing.
It is ongoing. Okay. In a brief, our project was involving the Drama Chamber of Commerce and Industry located in northern Greece with our partner from Yerevan, the Armenian Young Women's Association. The target group of the project was involving 7 SMEs from Greece and 4 from Armenia, as well as 7 SMEs from BCOs from Greece and 5 from Armenia. In total, 11 and 11, which was far beyond the target and milestone of the project. The project duration was 11 months, and it started on the 1st of December and concluded on the 31st of October. The project scope was to accelerate business opportunities through activities that boosted entrepreneurial attitude and interbusiness collaboration between the participating SMEs and BCOs from Greece and Armenia. It encouraged exchanging business practices, introducing the SMEs in winemaking state-of-the-art methods and strategies for active involvement of the female groups in the wine sector, while encouraging the participation of SMEs and BCOs within the framework of study visits in both countries and in all involved parties. During the implementation of the project, we even realized through the research that we did that between the two countries, there's also another special bond. That is that when Drama's wine production started, we actually planted for the first time Armenian quality of wines. This is something that was found way behind the time, which means like 2,000 years ago, and verified the already consolidated relationship between the two countries and the wine sector. The project in a glimpse is as it's shown in this chart, starting with online meetings of finding the right SMEs and BCOs to participate, pairing them together in other meetings to lead us to the first study visit in Greece, and then to follow the second in Armenia and the fine-tune of the results. In the wineability numbers has, as I mentioned before, 11 SMEs and 11 BCOs participating from each country, 5 SMEs owners under 35 years old, 6 SMEs owners run by women, 7 SMEs having their seat in rural areas, 4 BCOs involving women from top-level management of the organization, preliminary meetings 3 in a row, 3-day study visit in Greece and 3-day study visit in Armenia, 5 online business meetings, 4 MOUs, 1 digital service, and 2 videos that were produced. As I saw before, our video from study visit in Drama is already pretty much shown at this consolidated, very nice quality video that our partners from the wine sector actually did. And I don't know if it's worthy replaying the video. I will put it in the background playing, and maybe you can see it, but do you see my slides actually?
We are seeing, we are in project information.
Okay, so I'll put the video here.
And now project scope.
Do you see the video now?
No, but maybe we can play it at the end. No, it's okay. It's now here.
Okay, perfect. So in this first study visit in Drama that took place in February, we got the opportunity to match our interests with our Armenian partners and do a workshop specifically focused on women entrepreneurship and wine exports, which is one of the main interests of both our countries. We also got the opportunity to visit important wineries of the area, dynamic in the sector, and already introducing very innovative techniques in wine producing methods. We did 3 business meetings and we signed the first MOU. To follow after the suspension period and the brief extension that we asked from the project, to follow with the Armenian visit. And I don't know if my colleague from Armenia who's logged in the project could actually do the second part of this presentation so as to share a little bit the floor. I don't know if she's logged in. Lilith?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I'll give the floor to Lilith to proceed describing the Armenian visit.
Thank you very much, Io. Good afternoon, everyone, dear colleagues. This is my great pleasure and pleasure of our project to be here in this conference. I'm joining to the grateful words of my colleague Io, and I'm saying also thank you to Moldovan Chamber of Commerce for this wonderful and very informative and useful conference, and particular thanks to Ludmila, who is actually very supportive to us during the whole implementation of the project. Yes, and coming on behalf of the Armenian participants of the project, I would like to mention that indeed what EU4BCC has done with support such kind of projects in our countries, this is very appreciated. Because yes, so in our countries we have wine industry, they are quite well known inside the country. There are also some kind of exports for any country, but having this exchange project, they provided many other added values in the sector of SME development, and why not in the sector of BSOs partnership development, which is also very important from our point of view. As about the part of Armenian visits in the project, we had mainly 4 main activities. That was, as Ivo mentioned, study visit to Armenia, which lasted 3 days. It was a training workshop on marketing and wine tourism. It was signing memorandums of understanding between Armenian and Greek companies, and it was a B2B meeting line, which was also in this turn was consisted into 2 main parts. It was just the introduction of the different kinds of businesses regarding to wine industry, winemaking companies presentations, wine tourism companies presentations, as well as wine production support foundations presentation. So this was a part that has been done in Armenia. Beyond this, I would like to mention that, of course, the project which has an aim, has had an aim to exchange visits and through this to promote partnership and cooperation between Armenian and Georgian winemakers and wine value chain actors. Meanwhile, I would like to mention that it strengthened the already centuries going like partnership between Armenia and Greece in face of BSOs and wine producers exchanges, as well as through women, because as Io mentioned, women participation and also young people participation in the project was very highlighted by us as implementers. It was also very important to have the aspect of experience sharing, encouragement of the participants, and considering the participants as role models. Why I am mentioning this? Because both in our countries, in Greece and in Armenia, we had very big number of applications, people, companies, winemakers who wanted to participate, as well as BSOs for sure, who wanted to participate in this project and to bring their experience and to take new experience. But of course, only a few of them became lucky as EO shared with us also the numbers of the participants. So we managed to do this on the high successful level. And last but not least, I would like also to mention that cultural exchange has quite high impact within the project. Project outreach from the other side was very important from our aspect, and awareness raising about wine subject, another objective for us, which was also highlighted by us during the whole implementation of the project. This is from my part, adding to very informative presentation of my colleague EO. Thank you for your attention. Please.
Thank you, Lilith. So I want to take the floor back, and I would like to focus a little bit on the initiatives that we took as a project in order to overcome the barriers of the suspension period, as well as the small extension that we asked for the project to conclude smoothly. In particular, we invested a lot on this partnership and keeping our partners, BCO and SMEs, engaged to the purpose. That is why we included our partners into activities that we already did on the wine sector, like the invitation that we did to our Romanian partners to participate in the 14th IEBR Youth Forum that was focusing on green innovation in border regions. And there we managed also to introduce the wineability project and the achievements already done during the study visit in Drama. Also, before the visit to Armenia, we organized on our expenses a wine tasting event in order to taste the wine products of our Armenian partners and prepare our SMEs and BCOs participating at the study visit to get even more acquainted with the wine qualities to be tasted, as well as to further cultivate the entrepreneurial cooperation among the two partners, and able to sign early on MOUs during the meeting in Armenia. This initiative had brilliant results, and the SMEs participating were very enthusiastic to actually be part of the delegation to Armenia, and this resulted in very fruitful collaboration after the end of the project. Finally, and most importantly, we did a protocol meeting with our Greek embassy based in Armenia. This was a very crucial initiative, since the embassy itself helped us a lot to overcome barriers in exporting, in collaborating, and even to facilitate our travel delegation during the meeting in Armenia. Finally, the project produced two new services, one new service, one shared by the two participants. We created a specified area in our websites where partners from Armenia could get information about the Dramian wines and vice versa. In our website in Drama, you can find an allocated section to the Armenian wines, meaning that any SME or interested producer or exporter that wants to gain even more information about the Armenian wines and Dramian wines and vice versa, could have a very specified area in our website where he can or she can draw more information on. Finally, the further steps that we have planned in order to further capitalize on the project results, besides the survey that is to be concluded in March, is the incorporation and mainstreaming of this cooperation into major wine festivals and events in Drama, such as the Draminogonosia, as well as the hosting of a permanent info kiosk of Armenian wines in our business accelerator called Lab 40, located at the Chambers premises, devoted to agroalimentary sector. And also we have already applied and agreed and got confirmation for a mobility scene program among the two partners, willing, in our case, the Drama Chamber, to host a staff member of AIVA for 1 month in our premises to further support the e-service that we have created during the project. creating synergies is actually capitalizing on results and further cultivate the cooperation atmosphere to produce new projects. I would like to thank you for your attention and share our social media so you can follow the further development of this cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Io and Lilith as well for your contribution. If you can stay with us until the last speaker, also I would like to ask you some questions as well about your project. And I now would like to leave the floor to our next speaker, Anna Merchan, who is also going to speak about the experience of her project, Interco Nouvelle Aquitaine, which is a partnership between France and Georgia. Anna, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Do you listen me well?
Yes, we
yes.
can hear you.
Okay. So, hello, everyone. I'm Anna Merchan. I'm project officer at Interco Nouvelle Aquitaine. That is the International Economic Cooperation Agency of Nouvelle Aquitaine region in Bordeaux, in France. So our project, it's called France-Georgia Connecting Wine Sector Companies. We were the lead applicant, and the co-applicant was the National Wine Agency of Georgia. In total, we have 17 SMEs. So we had 9 Georgian SMEs and 8 French SMEs. We had 5 BSOs. So we had 3 French BSOs and 2 Georgian BSOs. Our project was a 4-month project of study visits. So we had 2 study visits. Initially, we programmed to have 2 study visits in Georgia and 2 study visits in France. But due to the geopolitical context, we had to change and adapt the program. I will explain a little bit more. So we first made a study visit to Georgia from the 23rd to the 27th of October in 2021. So we went with the French participants to Georgia. We made a different technical visit to different wineries. We made a business meetings, networking event. It was very a fruitful experience for all the participants. We met with the Georgian participants of the project also. Then we had a second study visit in France. So the Georgian participants, they came to France. We participated to a wine trade show in Montpellier that it's called CITEVI. So there, the participants could visit the trade show. We organized networking event in the trade show with the different French actors. And we also made technical visits around Bordeaux to different chateaux. The third study visit was supposed to take place in Georgia, but due to the geopolitical conflict in Ukraine, we had to cancel the study visit and we transformed it in a digital event. So we made the French Wine Digital Week. And during the entire week, we had different events. We have technical conferences. We had speed meetings with the participants. We have also different keynotes with experts. So really, every day during the week, there were different activities. And the last study visit, we didn't do it because we ended the project sooner due to the geopolitical conflict, and also that it was different for the actors. They were not willing to continue because of the context. They had other priorities. So we ended the project earlier. In total, we had more than 30 business meetings. We participated, as I told you, in the CITEVI trade show. We had online speed meetings during the French Wine Digital Week. We created during the beginning of the project and all along, we had a Facebook group and a LinkedIn group that you can find, France-Georgia Connecting Wine Sector Companies. And in those pages of the project, you could find all the photos and activities we made during the entire project. We also created a Facebook group that is called Ladies Wine France-Georgia. That the idea are to connect different professional of the wine sector, so different profiles to interact. We also have some outcomes. What I could say also, yes, there are 2 MOUs that were signed between French and Georgian BSOs. There are 4 SMEs that are engaged in commercial negotiations. 2 French SMEs signed contracts with Georgian actors. In total, we made 5 surveys one after every study visit, after every event, and at the end of the project. We had also 17 individual interviews with every beneficiary of the project with our partner, Kato from the wine agency. And the idea was to understand the participants' objectives, if they were satisfied with the project. We also made 3 videos of testimonies that we will project after I finished speaking. And the idea was that the participants tell us their feedback. We also created a final video of the project that summarizes the entire activities. And just a little remark also is that after the end of the project, we organized in our agency, we work with the international delegations coming to Vinitec, that it's a wine trade show in Bordeaux every 2 years. And we received a Georgian delegation coming last year in December. So it was nice to see that after the project, we also had some results. So now if we could share the videos, please. So the idea is that the first video is a general video of the project. The second one, it's a testimony of Velino Winery. Sorry. So the second video, it's Becca from Velino Winery, a Georgian winery. He will speak. The third one, it's Innovant, that it's a French cluster here in Bordeaux, a BSO, French BSO. Gracie, she will tell us her feedback. And the last video, it's Anapea, so she will be Katia. From Velino Winery, is from Anapea Winery, sorry, that she will tell us her feedback of the project.
Hi, everybody. Hi from Georgia.
That's
from Kakheti region. Hope you are all doing well and healthy. Hi to all super girls from Interco. Today, I'm going to express my impressions about the program we participate as the Georgian wine producers. We are so expressed, and it was very, very interesting project for Georgian winemakers, especially for natural and organic winemakers, as we produce wines from 2017. They are all natural. We are also certified organic from Caucasus from 2018, and it was a great experience to visit all these beautiful chateaus in France and Bordeaux region, which have a direction as well as the natural and organic winemaking. It was a great experience for us to receive their knowledge about the methodology, about their attitudes to natural wine, to organic wine. We receive many information about modern equipment in winemaking, process in the treatment of vineyards, which was very useful and interesting topic for us as for the natural winemakers. So there was a fair, which was also fascinating because we, we are the ancient winemakers, and Georgia is the homeland of wine. But in Georgia, we do not have a huge range of the modern equipment in winemaking or in vineyard works. So it was fascinating to meet the people, meet the spheres from France and from French colleagues, to know and to learn and to receive offers from them and new equipments and so on. So on the other hand, I think that from France side, for the France side, and for the people from the French delegation, it was also very useful and interesting to visit and learn Georgian winemaking process, meet people, Georgian winemakers, which are they learn the needs of the wineries, needs of the winemakers. They learn and live these 5 days with their lives. I think it would be very useful for them too. So now we are looking forward to have e-sessions because of the pandemic. I think it's a best decision to make online conferences to meet as it seems a very, very interesting program. And we are looking forward to meet you again in Kakheti in Georgia. Hope to see you soon. Love you all. Bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gracie Boland, and I'm the International Project Coordinator for EaP, which is a business support organization in the wine industry based in Bordeaux and Cognac. And our main objective is to combine research, the needs of producers, and auxiliary companies. And so we're participating in the European project, France, Georgia, Connecting Wine Sectors as a business support organization, because one of our services is an export club. And so it was really interesting for me to be able to participate in the study visits, whether they be in Georgia or online, to learn more about the Georgian wine sector and to be able to share my experiences and information about the market with our members, especially those that are interested in international development. It was being able to visit Georgia was incredible. The people are so kind, and their wine industry is pretty incredible. So I'm really looking forward to keeping this collaboration moving after the project to be able to learn from one another. Another interesting objective or result actually that happened thanks to this project is our collaboration with Tel Aviv State University. So in their agriculture, winemaking, and grape growing master's program and PhD. And so the idea is that EaP and Tel Aviv State have signed a memorandum of understanding to continue this collaboration after the European project is over, to share research and students and professors in different parts of the wine production. So thanks to the European project, we were able to make this connection. And so we were really happy to be a part of the France-Georgia Connecting Wine Sectors.
Hello everyone, my name is Beka Jimsheladze and I'm from Georgia. I'm representing the family-owned winery Velino, which is located in the eastern part of our country in Kakheti region. I want to say some few words about the French-Georgian project connecting the wine sector companies. I had honor to be participant of this project. During the first step of this project, French delegation was visiting to our winery and they introduced all the techniques and traditions and all the main aspects of the Georgian winemaking, which makes the Georgian wine different from any other wines in the world. On the second step of this project, we have been visiting in France. We attended a very famous exhibition in Montpellier, where we introduced really modern techniques and services, which is implemented in the world winemaking processes, and which may be also implemented in Georgian winemaking. And in overall, I think it was a really, really interesting project because we exchanged a lot of information between each other. I really want to wish good luck to every member and every participant of the project, and also the organizers of this project, because I think it will help us to improve our services and product. Thank you.
Donc il dit là on est entre nous, on s'est présenté, on s'est rencontrés.
It was my first experiment. I'm in collaboration with French grapes.
Et normalement, on va les voir cet après-midi lorsque je vais pas il m'a interrogé pour les.
Et là, le chariot.
So that was our project. I think the 3 videos summarize well, the 4 videos, sorry, summarize well what the activities we made during the 4th months. So thank you very much for your time, for the opportunity to share with you today the project. Thanks to the European Union and EU4BCC Connecting Companies for the opportunity, because really all the participants, Georgian side and French side, They were very satisfied with this opportunity. They continue relations, and the project allows us to begin a new context, and the idea is to continue with the time. And we saw it after the project, for example, when we received a Georgian delegation for Vinitec Seafield Trade Show in December 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. It is something, actually, you mentioned something that it was quite important, and Christiana will agree with me. When we were evaluating the proposals for the subgrants that we finally gave, as well as when we are now evaluating the results, the idea of the potential continuation of the, let's say, the relationships created in the framework of the project is something that is key for us. We don't want this to be something that finishes the moment the expiration date of the project happens, but we want you to continue developing those relationships and those partnerships, because in the end, this will help the businesses to grow. Our next participant and the last online is Ms. Elena Boyatseva. Elena, she's coming from Plovdiv Chamber of Commerce. We met a long time ago, Elena. Good to see you back again online. And Elena is from Bulgaria, and she's going to present as well a project that they launched in the framework of the EU4Business Connecting Companies called From Grape to Trade, and she's going to share her results. Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, greetings from Bulgaria. My name is Elena Boyatseva, part of Plovdiv Chamber of Commerce and Industry team. First of all, let me thank you and the Wine Consortium for this opportunity to present our project, From Grape to Trade, building synergies between Bulgarian and Azerbaijani wine exporters. The type of the action is study visit. We performed 2 study visits within 4 months, starting 1st of December 2021 until mid of March 2022, and then resumed activities in August until the end of it. We attracted 13 SMEs and 4 business support organizations from both countries. I think the slide is not the correct one. Can we initiate the first slide, please, then the second? Thank you. Yes, the second one, please. Okay. Our partnership consists of 2 partners. Our chamber was partnering with German Azerbaijani Chamber of Commerce. And we think this partnership proved to be a perfect match. We managed to fulfill the aim of our project to promote local wine varieties from Bulgaria and Azerbaijan to the respective market, and foster the establishment of new partnerships. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here you will find our main project activities and phases. Starting on 1st of December, we prepared on this, the same day, the 2nd of February, 1 year ago, we had our first action, virtual workshop, how to export wine to Azerbaijan and to Bulgaria. Next, one of the most important actions, our first study visit to Plovdiv, Bulgaria, where we had a stand at the specialized exhibition, Vinaria, held at Plovdiv International Fair. This was the key event for our project, as our Azerbaijani beneficiaries had the chance to present the wines during this exhibition and do a lot of networking and B2B meetings. Azerbaijan was not that acquainted, the Azerbaijani wines were not that acquainted in Bulgaria. Actually, we couldn't find Azerbaijani wines on our market before that. But during this event, Azerbaijan was the main focus and the guest country. And the visitors and even the exhibitors had the chance to taste the Azerbaijani wines. The beneficiaries participated in the contest, the choice of consumers, during the exhibition, and 4 of them were granted a diploma, finally. Our next study visit was to Azerbaijan, a day following the study visit to Plovdiv, which ended on 13th. This happened because of some pandemic circumstances. Vinaria was shifted with some days, and we had the challenge to organize the 2 study visits, the one following the other. Anyway, we managed with these activities, and we did, we achieved all the results. The mission to Azerbaijan was in the period 15th to 17th of March. And you will see some photos in the following slides. Then we had a project suspension right after the mission to Baku, which was one intermediary phase, and a project resumption starting on 18th of August until the end of the month. To sum up the results and prepare the strategic paper, market entry, export, and internationalization for Bulgarian and Azerbaijani wine companies. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can see some pictures from the mission to Plovdiv. We had several wine study visits to wineries, local wineries located in the rural areas. We had the stand at Vinaria during the whole 3 days of this mission. We had a round table and many other networking events in between. Next slide, please. The study visit to Azerbaijan was characterized with one big event, the first EU-Azerbaijani Wine Summit, with more than 140 participants taking part in the event. Many representatives of the wine sector and stakeholders that took part and could network with our beneficiaries. We had the opportunity to present the local varieties during this event, and the company shared very good outcomes out of this. We had a business roundtable and study visits to local wineries in the rural area outside Baku. Next slide, please. So our main results, we had one partnership agreement signed between one of the largest wine producers of Azerbaijan, Asgranata. They initiated purchasing wine labels from the famous Bulgarian label manufacturer company Dars 91. In addition, Renata is still in the process of negotiations with several wine exporters from Bulgaria. We're waiting for other results in the near future. During the project, a memorandum of agreement was signed between Bulgarian Association of Wine Professionals and Azerbaijani Wine Producers and Exporters Association. Another MOU was signed again between the Bulgarian Association of Wine Professionals and the Azerbaijan Tourism Board. We had also to note the agreement signed between AHK and Plovdiv International Fair for the participation in Vinaria 2022 with the country booth. Another outcome is the elaboration of the strategic paper that we issued on the topic market entry and export for Bulgarian and Azerbaijani wine companies. This document was issued at the end of August and can be found on our website. Next slide, please. I would like to know that the project partnership, as well as the selected beneficiaries, established a long-term relation for future collaboration, going even beyond the project limits. Our cooperation between the chamber staff members implementing the project can be characterized by high level of trust, reliability, and teamwork. And we managed to overcome many unpredictable circumstances during this period, as it was really difficult to overcome. The partnership managed to achieve excellent internal coordination and timely modify schedule and eliminate all risk factors that occurred in order to reach all KPIs. New and tailor-made services and support offered to local SMEs to foster competitiveness and export potential. I should say this was also a very important issue that came as a result. And also wine tasting that was happening all the time. I should say we became excellent wine tasting professionals in this respect. For the beneficiaries, I should note that the Bulgarian-Azerbaijani working group established in Baku has the potential to further develop the mutual activities and incentives within the wine sector that we initiated. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to share with you the video that we created. Hope we will manage to initiate it. It's just a short one, just 2 minutes video.
Sorry, Elena, it seems that we cannot see the video, but
okay.
For time interest, in the interest of time, we are going to see if we can fix it. But in the meantime,
okay,
to finish on time, we are going to pass to the next speaker. But
thank you,
Elena.
okay.
Thank you very much. And I just would like to finish on time. So we have 10 more minutes, and I would like to leave the floor to a gentleman. After all these ladies sharing best results at the consortia and at the project level, showing also the deep interest in the project on involving professional women in the key sectors. And now I would like to leave the floor to somebody who is as important as all those women who have participated so far, who is Mr. Tobias Nuken, who is going to share the key factors for success in cooperation with German companies in the wine sector. Mr. Tobias, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Laura. And thank you. I can stand there. Okay.
It's yours. The whole floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for this introduction and for the moderation of this panel. I hope that my presentation will start. So, but I can guarantee it will be the maybe shortest presentation today. But it was very interesting to hear and to know about these cooperation projects in the field of wine sector. So my name is Tobias Knuppen. I'm Senior Project Manager at GIZ. And thank you very much, the organizers, for this invitation, and that way I can talk with you and discuss with you the key factors for successful cooperation with German companies, and to introduce you in the manager training program of the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. If we talk about the key factors for successful cooperation with German companies, of course, it's quite difficult to answer to this question. I think we have to ask more questions. And I wrote it down here. The first question is, do Moldovan managers have enough clear and realistic targets? That means, could a German potential partner, a German company, be interested in this cooperation? And do both sides have profit from this cooperation? And often the question is asked, how can I find potential partners in Germany? Where are the tools, instruments, and platforms to find German companies in my sector, in wine sector, but also in different branches? And do I have, as Moldovan manager, enough skills, enough experience to cooperate with German companies? That's why I want to talk with you about which manager training program, because this program maybe is the key to get these key factors for successful cooperation. And this program indeed can improve the management skills of its participants. It supports Moldovan managers to cooperate with German companies in finding them. And it has a very positive impact of the competitiveness and productivity of Moldovan companies. We defined 14 competences which are essentials, in our opinion, for successful cooperation with German companies. Just as an example, intercultural management. What is important there? For example, to understand better German culture. How to negotiate with German partners. How can I present my company, my cooperation project in the most effective and most clearest way to the potential partner? Our management topics are included in trainings, online trainings, but also in group company visits on and offline. So these are the competences. Some words about our program itself. It was already launched 25 years ago and is successfully working not only here in Moldova or with Moldova, also in other countries. We are working with Georgia, with Ukraine, and other countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Over 1,000 managers from these partner countries take part every year in this program. And we are very proud of the fact that over 360 Moldovan managers already took part. How is the program structured? Here you can see a short overview. After being selected here in Moldova, Moldovan managers, our participants, take part in preparatory courses at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This is our partner here in Moldova. And when they pass the program at first online, that means 6 weeks online module, there will be several trainings and group company visits in online. And after that, we invite the Moldovan managers to Germany for a 2-week stay. And where they can get in contact already physically with German companies, with their potential partners, and so on. They can visit fairs. It's all possible. After we stay in Germany, the implementation model begins, and during 6 months, our participants get advice from the German side if they have problems, if they have questions. And after that, they are already part of a huge alumni network with over 17,000 alumni. What is the target group of this program? It is focused on nearly every branch of the Moldovan economy, of course, of the wine sector, but also of production, trade, and services. And these companies should have foreign trade potential in financial and personal issues. They should speak fluently in English or in Russian. That's both possible. And they should have the authority to negotiate or even sign contracts. If you, as wine producers or wine traders, if you are interested in this program, when the next deadline for our program is the 20th of February. So you can address your questions if you have to Inessa Iodati, who is sitting here from the chamber. And if you want to know more about this program, we would like to invite you to an event who will happen here in this room after this conference. And you can know about experiences from our alumni. We invited several alumni who will talk with you and present you their experience and their success stories. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tobias. We have 3 minutes. I'm gonna borrow one more, and perhaps I will start with you, Tobias, if you allowed me. Just I have a question about the program. It's actually quite interesting. You mentioned that there is an evaluation process of the candidates. I assume that you receive a lot of applications from different managers all around the world. Can you share a little bit of the tips or ideas on how actually, which criteria you are looking for into the applicants, like add points and help them to actually be able to be selected to participate in the program?
Mm-hmm. Well, as I said, our target group is our Moldovan managers from different branches, so it's not limited to a certain branch. And they should have, that's for us, the most important thing, they should have a clear idea which cooperation they want to start with German companies. Do they want to import German equipment to Moldova, or Do they want to export Moldovan wine to Germany? Or do they want to found a joint venture with German companies? That's all possible. That's all in this range. And of course, language knowledge, but Russian, I think it's not a problem here in Moldova. So that are the main points in my view.
Language, I assume, as you mentioned, perhaps not in Moldova, but you mentioned Asia and other regions where that could be a problem. Thank you very much, Tobias. Thanks a lot. I don't know if we already actually give you an applause, but we give you another. And I have just a couple of questions that I don't know if they will be interesting for you, but me as part of the administrative part of the project, we are very much interested in learning about. The first question, I'm going to address it directly to Anna and perhaps Lilith as well, because as I remember right, you were organizing activities that involved study visits. In terms of the study visits, I assume that the main goal of study visits is to learn on best practices and to share knowledge. Could you please give us a hint of, if you can remember, of any main takeaways from you as a coordinator of the action, or from the companies that participated, or the BSOs that participated in the study visits? That's something they said, okay, from this visit, I really learned this, and this is something I'm going to implement in the future. It could be a technology, know-how, it could be management, something you could remember from the feedback from the companies that participated. No? No? They are done. Okay. So it's not there. Okay, great. Then I go to Irina. It's not a study visits, it's B2Bs, but could you remember any main takeaways from those meetings where the company said?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes. You know, the most important outcome from these B2B meetings was that our participating companies, they gain good business contacts. So even if they didn't have possibility to have this business partnership during 2022, but they have these contacts, they can be in the process of negotiations and etc. So I think, yes, this is the main point. It was to find them and match them, and after this give them possibility to create these business partnerships.
Okay, and just the last question, because it connects to something I was interested in. The project has KPIs in the sense that you had to involve businesses that were led by women, and also business that were led by young entrepreneurs, so there should be below 35. Was it difficult in the wine sector to actually engage this kind of target sector?
Yeah, if you remember, I said that the process of selecting our Moldovan wineries was very hard, because we have a lot of amazing wineries here, but we had this criteria that we must have a number of women-led businesses, young entrepreneurs, and rural area. And to be honest, it was not hard, because we have a lot of wineries, as I said before, and there are different wineries, small, medium, big, well-known family wineries. So we have different businesses led by women, by young entrepreneurs, and no, it wasn't hard.
It wasn't hard. Well, great to know, and thank you very much. And I think we are finishing on time. I would like to give a big applause to the audience for staying with us. And for those who are online, thank you very much again for also bearing with us until the end. I wish you a lovely day and see you next time.